And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
for you
time
to
to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi,
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi,
no
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
This is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, and a lot of money were coming in. And use some of this money, the taxes that you take, and you give it to federal government. And give it to federal government. Federal government, this is $5 billion. Federal government, this is $5 billion. We won out. We won out. This $10 billion. This is $10 billion. We won out. You understand? They will reason with you. They will reason with you because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. You're doing best. Look, I've said this several times. If you turn the eastern part of Nigeria, turn into mini Dubai, a lot of people will flock. A lot of people will flock doing a lot of business there. And that's what the Jews did. And that's right now. And that's why the internet on the internet. Advertisement on television. You can come around. You can enjoy yourself.
Will address these challenges or whatever remains of it after the efforts of this administration in at least 3 ways. First, policing. Nigeria has about 300,000 policemen for a population of over 200 million. We need at least twice that number. That will be achieved by amending the Constitution so that policing can be at federal, state, and even at community level. With increased security footprint, there will be less and less of criminal activity. The second step is to look at our armed forces and security architecture. Nigerian armed forces are not more than 200,000 in size. The Army, Navy, the Air Force. While some countries are even looking at a space military, we are struggling with just less than 200,000 members of the armed forces for a country with a population of 200 million plus. The numbers, the equipment, the skills, and the training of the armed forces will be scaled up, will be increased rapidly to meet the asymmetric nature of the security challenges that we face. Because today, our armed forces are not fighting with other countries, they are fighting with non-state actors, and the doctrine, the training, the numbers must change. And the Bola Tinubu administration already has a blueprint which is embedded in our action plan to address this. We'll scale up the numbers of the armed forces, we'll ramp up not only the numbers, but the training and equipment. In Nigeria, in 1967, the total size of the Nigerian army was only 10,000. Because of the civil war, within a year, we ramped it up to 250,000. So it can be done. And what we are facing in Nigeria today, banditry, terrorism, separatism, and oil theft requires a new approach towards security, enhancing the numbers, providing enhanced technology, and collaborating with the rest of the world to ensure that our country is not only internally safe, but not a threat to our neighbors. Thirdly, the issue of proliferation of small arms. Following the collapse of Libya due to no fault of ours, will have to be addressed through collaboration with countries like Mali, Niger, Sudan and Chad and so on and so forth. This we have already started, but this will be deepened and broadened under the leadership of a new security team under the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration by the special grace of God. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a third question.
After several years of calm, suicide bombers are back on the streets of northeastern Nigeria. These are their latest victims, friends and relatives who gathered to celebrate a marriage in the town of Goza.
It happened at around 3 p.m. at the wedding venue that we were sitting in, when a lady came in holding two children's hands, and then we had the explosion.
And as survivors bury the dead, another female bomber struck again.
I can't just imagine the pain of losing 5 people at a time. So this is something I can actually not forget, because this has taken me back to memory lane of 2014 when Goza was raided by this terrorist group.
Dozens of people have been injured in the Goza attacks, many of them severely. At the Maiduguri hospital, where some of the victims were taken, health workers struggle to save who they can.
I have nothing to say. My son is unconscious. I pray that God grants them all a speedy recovery. And to the perpetrators of this heinous act, may God guide them to the right path.
Elsewhere in the region, suicide bombers detonated explosives in Pulka town, close to the border with Cameroon. Many have been reported killed or injured. No one has claimed responsibility for the attack, but security forces and analysts suspect it's the work of Boko Haram or its offshoot now allied to ISIL. The Nigerian military has intensified its operations against the armed groups in the last 3 months. Many suspect Saturday's attacks could be the group's response for the heavy casualties it suffered. The return of suicide bombers is now causing great concern, not just in the Northeast.
You see, there's going to be so much fear in people and movements in Goza. Not only in Goza, even the surroundings.
Boko Haram has repeatedly deployed young females to carry out suicide attacks. The 14-year violence has killed more than 40,000 people and displaced 2 million people in Nigeria's northeast. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. I am here to interview our guest, retired Colonel Adeniyi. He wants to present his constitutional reform that he wants to propose to the Nigerian people. And we talked about it yesterday on the session, and he did flesh out some of the efficiency savings and the positives of his constitutional reform proposals. And a lot of people were fascinated, and obviously as a retired colonel, you can understand people wanted to know a lot about what was going on with the Nigerian military. Because it's a very, very important area that people have been curious about. People have been asking questions, and we know, we have been on this panel, we've talked about it from the Okwama attacks and the response to the shopping center incident that our military was involved in. So we talk about the military quite a bit, and we wonder what is going on. So hence why there was a lot of questions about that instead of the constitutional reform proposal that he's making. So today we'll have a better chance to, understand the whole proposal that he's putting forward. And obviously, we are still going to ask some questions in the security area. More of it's just an opinion. He's a retired, he's like every other citizen now. He's not here to represent the military. Make no mistake. And anyone that is coming and wants to ask questions should not, treat him as if he is speaking on behalf of the military. We have to respect that he is a civilian like us now. And all he will share with you is based on his own opinion. So let's keep it at that. Welcome, Colonel Adeniyi. I really appreciate you taking the opportunity to come in here to talk to us. And we don't get a lot of your kind show up to interact with fellow Nigerians that have the opportunity that want to ask a lot of questions about what is going on in the country, and you know, seeing people like you from Nigeria writing about the Nigerian constitution, how to the kind of positive proposals that you are putting forward. So I don't know where you want to start. Do you want to introduce yourself so that the viewers can better know who you are?
Thank you. What
You're,
was the okay? What for
yeah,
that? What for that? I'd like to
yes.
say that the retired colonel and come to that.
Your audio is very unsteady.
The other form is interfering into my.
Oh, the other one is interfering. Then you may want to close it if it's if there's an interference, because it seems to be choppy.
Okay.
All
Has it
right,
been
you can
closed
do
now?
you can do that while I play other videos, and then we can commence once you are sure that everything is cleared.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you. Let's do that.
Tinubu is a criminal. Tinubu is a criminal. Categorical grade one criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. He's a criminal. He's a criminal. Is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Thank you. Has it been cleared?
Not yet. Not.
All right, that's fine. Let me just share some videos with our fellow Nigerians regarding this, because this topic is a very interesting one regarding the constitution. A lot of people have different ideas. Some of them want to talk about regional system, and others talk about confederate. All kinds of different suggestions are out there. It's going to be quite fascinating to get your insight, because you are on the ground and you have studied this stuff. So I hope the viewers, you know, you should pay attention and really learn something from this. And I think I'm definitely going to learn, and we are going to be looking to do some work with you to advance the progress, because everybody wants the best for Nigeria, and any ideas the best ideas can coalesce to give us the kind of country we want. And there's no idea that it's a bad one, really. I don't see it like that. The way it should be is that everybody comes up with their own ideas, and we all work together. And the best ones often float when everybody comes together and share honestly. You tend to get the best outcome for whatever objective the people intend for themselves. And that's something that I've lived, and that's something I know that can happen. And I'm very happy with the way fellow panelists and viewers yesterday took your suggestions and the presentations you made. And they were very happy about it. Some of them were talking about they should work with you so that we can do something and move something forward. So I hope the same is received today during this interview, so that you know, you get the support you need, and we all work together to move things forward. I don't know, has the issue been resolved?
Yeah, the issue have been having a problem. Back to you.
Oh, you are having a problem listening to me?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's it now. So now you can introduce yourself, and let's see if the audio has returned back to normal. Go ahead. I think we can't hear you. I think you can introduce yourself now. You are frozen, and there's a connection issue that you are having. It's funny because today I'm having a lot of technical issues too. It took me more than 30 minutes to sort my system out. Something I've never had before. It's very interesting.
It's very interesting. It took me 30. I've never had that this in technical issues before, and my system was just playing up. So I don't know.
Problem with my system.
You're having problem with your system too.
Yes, it's switching to the other one. And I'm trying to that one and tell you.
Okay. Okay. Try, because I can hear you. Try to introduce yourself. Let's see if it comes out enough, and if it's sufficient, then we can go ahead. But if it's not, if it's not possible, then we may be able to reschedule, or maybe wait for you to go and get a better connection to be able to be on the live. Try to introduce yourself again. Let's see if we can hear you.
All right. Colonel Adeniyi, and trying to contribute to solve the problem that the devil knows. And I come to realize the constitution is one of the problems, major problem that is causing our preventing growth and preventing growth. So I think that will solve this.
Yeah, but the audio is still very, very choppy though. I don't know. Can you go out and come back in? Maybe if you go out and come back in, it will clear, because normally that's what normally clears it for most people.
Okay, send link.
Okay, I'll put the link backstage and front on the front end, so that you have it on both sides. So you go out and you come back in. I'll put the link in the private chat and on the front end, so you can be able to go out and come back in. In the meantime, I will be presenting some of the current government manifesto promises on our security, and maybe if I have some documented video about our constitution, I will present that while you go out and come back in.
Are you private chatting me on WhatsApp number?
Pardon?
Are you private chat?
Yeah, I'm using the private chat here. That's the link to come back in.
Are you sending to my WhatsApp?
No, not to your WhatsApp. I don't have your this thing. I'm not going to your WhatsApp yet. It's just on this app. It's on this app that you are on now, StreamYard. So if you check the video, or you just open Dr. Damage's video, you will see the video streaming. You just click the link and you come in. Or let me see if I can get it to your private this thing. I think I do have your number, but I've not saved it in terms of WhatsApp yet. Let's see. I can do that. Let's see if I'm going to get that done now. Yeah, but you can find it in this current private chat. The way you did, the way you did with the other private chat, you were in the backstage. So that backstage, so the way you did then, that's how you can do it again. So hold on. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I'll put it on that private chat. I think you are there and I can see you there. I'll put it on that private chat so that you can be able to come in. Okay, I'll put it there again. So go out from this private chat to all the private chat you are in, go out and then use the link to come back in again. That way it will clear all the issues, because you are still on the two of them. So it will clear all of them.
Go out. If I go out from now, I'll be able to enter the other link.
Yes, go out from both of them. Then if you copy it, I don't know whether you're on a computer or if you're on a mobile phone, if you copy it, you should still be able to press the link use the link on Safari or any browser. You should still be able to come to StreamYard and come back on again. Or yeah, you can do that, because if you're on StreamYard, it's going to be causing problems for you still. You have to go out and come back in. Yeah, on the other side, you're out now. So it's just on this front end. Okay, I will kick you out and then you find your way back in. I think there are two streams of you here, actually. Let me get one out. I've removed one now. So try to say something. Let's see if that clears.
Okay, I'm saying something now.
Yeah, it's a lot clearer now.
Okay.
It's a lot clearer. I think. Yeah, go ahead. You can. Your video is frozen though. I'm not sure what's happening to your video.
Is forefather of this link?
Yes,
And
you are with me now on the link, and we are live. This is a technical issue. Viewers, I'm sorry because we're having a bit of a technical issues because of the dual link that we've had to share. So your image is frozen. So if you can go out and come back in, I think that will clear everything. If you can be able to go out and come back in, I will see if I can send this to you on your WhatsApp too, so that you have it on both sides. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's like that with this thing. Technical issues, you always experience some of all this problem now and again, and you just have to work your way through it. Let's see. All right. Okay, that should do it. Mhm. That's not it. Okay. Okay, that's it. So I go to contacts. Okay. Okay, that should enable me to send it to you directly. All right, so I'm just trying to get the message out. Um, mhm. So yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, you are back. You are back. You have been able to do that, I think. Yeah, I think it's better now actually. Okay, sorry about that. It's been a roller coaster of trying to sort these technical issues out. You do get this like this. So all right. So please reintroduce yourself. I'm sure the audio is better now because I can tell.
yes, like before, I said I'm retired Colonel Adeniyi. Just left the army 2 years ago, and I believe that Nigeria is not moving in the right way. So, and I came to realize that it's the constitution that is our problem. It has been with us since 1999, and it's not really working for us. So I came about there to write out a new constitution and to block all the loopholes and the shortcomings, bring them out and replace them with the right, sections and right up to block all those loopholes and let's move on with our country. That is it.
Okay. So so I take it that the constitution um that proposal that you have, the loopholes and the areas that it will advance in terms of being better than the current constitution. Um, so that is very interesting because I will have the time to ask you more of that. So I just wanted to get a background so that the viewers can understand why they should, take your constitution, the proposal that you are making seriously. So, can you give us a background on how you got to, the idea of writing this constitution and the kind of research and that you put in? I think you mentioned something about going to other countries, checking certain things. So, can you give us an idea of some of the work you did to get to this point?
You see, during my research and all my journey to different countries, on government sponsor, I came to realize that democracy is of different types. And if a country adopts the wrong type of democracy, the country will witness the worst form of government. And I now realize that Nigeria is just towing that line. But to me, we adopted the wrong type of democracy. The type of democracy we've adopted is not like it's totalitarian in nature. It's just like as if we are still under a dictatorship or a monarchy in a situation where the government is supposed to be for the people is just happen to be for the privileged few who have won election and who are the friends of people who have won election. And those who are there presently too, they know this, but because of the fringe benefits, in all these loopholes, they believe that it should continue the way it has been since 1999. And so that's why I said no. If we really want Nigeria to be among the greatest nations in the world, we have to really adopt the right type of democracy, and we need the right constitution for that. So I took
Okay.
my time. Yes, let's come up with a better constitution. And I come to realize that constitution is not just something that there is no hard and fast rule about constitution. All the countries I visited and studied their system of government, they came up with constitution that will suit their situation, that will suit their diversity. So Nigeria is not different. We should have a constitution that will suit our diversity. We have more than 300 ethnic groups, and a lot of them are crying that government have neglected them. We are not seeing any positive impact of government. And the essence of democracy is for people to have the dividends of democracy. But today, a lot of those ethnic groups don't see anything. In fact, all the ethnic groups don't see anything. It's only the privileged few who are from this different group, ethnic group also that are benefiting. The majority are just there languishing in poverty and what have you. So that's the reason, one of the reasons I say no, we have to carry everybody along. People need to have that benefit, dividends of the government they are practicing. And if we don't
Mm.
address it, we just be
So,
trying, lamenting.
so, so your kid, what you found was that many of them, you felt that many of them wrote their constitution to suit their own national needs and their people's
So,
needs instead of just copying and pasting.
yes, instead of copying and pasting. So
Okay.
one of the reasons to have to come up with a constitution that will carry everybody along, will make people to have that, ownership of the country, not just privileged few that will benefit from the system.
Okay, that sounds good because the truth is that most nations, if you look at them from history, it seems like people of your background, they tend to be the ones that actually go on to put their constitution together. At least they are the ones that tend to lead it. If you look at George Washington, Mao Zedong, Stalin, all of them, they tend to have military background, at least training, then before they go on to. It's funny that you decided to do the same thing. I found that interesting, to propose a constitution. So regarding this constitution proposal that you have made, so what are if you wanted to give a bullet point highlight of the benefits of shifting towards this proposal of yours before we go in depth?
Okay. I am able to summarize them into about 11 bullet points. So the first one, I address the issue of the system of government, from a presidential system to parliamentary democracy. That is one point. I talk about geopolitical restructuring of the country. We have 36 states and federal capital territory the way it is now. But I look at it that that arrangement, that structure is not working. It's just favoring some few, individuals. So I propose for a geopolitical restructuring of 6 geopolitical zones with a viable local government. And I push for local government. The current local government structure we have now, Some of them are not viable. So I propose for a viable local government where each local government will have a population of about 500,000.
Okay.
Plus or minus 100,000. So no local government will be less than 400,000. No local government will be more than 600,000. So to hover around that 500,000 population. So with that, all local government can be, you know, can benefit equally from the center and can contribute equally to the center. So no local government now will feel like they are not contributing more or they are not benefiting more. They all have equal population and they will be addressed equally. That is why what I think, because what we have now, some local governments are less than 20,000 population. Some are more than 1 million. So it's, in that case, if you say, okay, bring 10 people from each local government now, maybe to a national or to a federal institution, the one with the 10,000, 20,000 population will bring 10 people. The one with 1 million population will bring 10 people. So at the end of the day, the one with 1 million will feel like being marginalized because you can see the ratio, the proportion. So it's not just equal. So if you really want to treat ourselves equally in Nigeria, we need to have local government that will have, equal population. I said little difference, plus or minus 100,000, but all of them will be able to be treated equally. So that's the issue of geopolitical restructuring, and that's this geopolitical zone: northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south. A lot of people have been talking about it, and I look at it as there is nothing wrong with that. We can stick with that. So from local government, which is the closest to the grassroots, we report to the regional government. The regional government work with the federal government. So there should be no state. I don't see any of those states working. This time around, local government will act like state on their own. So we have today now more than 700 and something local government, 776, 74 local government. To me, a lot of are not viable. But if you are having local government of about 500,000 with our population of 200 million, then that means we have a local government of about 400 local governments, which to me, I believe that they can work like a semi-state or like a semi-state and take care of their people, and then the country will be better off. The country will be well developed.
Okay.
That's the political structure talk about.
So,
Then I talk about
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what
If you want.
don't be quiet. If you can ask a question based on that before I go to the
Yeah,
next.
okay, because there are three of them you've listed at least that I can catch so far: parliamentary system, 6 regions, and restructuring the local government areas to be of a certain size in terms of population. I think 500,000 as a suggestion. So the question that arises is, if you are to get into the minds of the people that wrote the current constitution, why do you think they decided to make the local governments the way they did? Could there be reasons of trying not to leave some people out, hence why they put them in different smaller size local governments so that they don't feel left out? Have you thought about why they chose to make the local government the way they did now?
Yes, you are right, because I read through the 1999 constitution and I realized that they meant well by creating all those local governments so that the government will get to the people. But along the way, people hijacked it. They abused the power given to the state governors abused the power given to them. And at the end of the day, development didn't get down to the local government because they look at it as how many people are even there at that local government. They look at them as a smaller entity that is not, they don't really need, you get my point, you don't really need resources to work, provide resources for them. So it was abused and it's been abused up to now. So, but if you are now a local government that is having a population of about 500,000, I don't think anybody will just go there and disorganize or disrupt their working system. Because I know a lot of countries in this world that is not even having population of up to 500,000, and they are surviving like a country. You get my point? So you have a local government too to operate like a country, like a semi-country or semi-state in Nigeria. Yeah, I think it would be better off for the country because with that, each of these ethnic minorities that will be in the local government will be catered for, and they will also be part of local government administration. So that's the way I look at it. But if they are too small, it will make people to look down on them. Like the governor will look down. The average of you that are just 10,000 or they are just 20,000. You get my point. So
Yeah.
with that, it won't allow them to really function. But meanwhile, this local government we are talking about have all those institutions that are present at the state level, that are present at federal level. They have all the institutions. Ministry of Education is there, Ministry of Health is there, Ministry of Agriculture. All of them, all those institutions are present at local government. But because of their size, because of the fact that the constitution gave so much powers to the governors, so the governor believes that to hell with them, let them keep quiet. You give them what you like and you do what you like with them. So that's the reason I have to bring out local government for them to be hired to be on their own and be able to provide for their citizens.
So would states still remain in these 6 regions that you want to create, or the states will be dissolved?
The state will be dissolved. We don't need state again. They should be dissolved. If we have to create a state again, then we are creating another avenue for a conduit pipe for some resources to be diverted. Because what do we really need state for? If a local government can operate like a state, the regional government will just overlook them and then, like the whole thing is just like this. Federal government will come up with policy that will be implemented at local government level. So what will be the job of the state if the regional government will dare to oversee all the local government?
So the regional government, they will have a
Then
regional
the federal
government.
government will be implemented by local. Yes, we have a regional government that will have their own House of Assembly, and then their job is just to ensure that local government carry out the policy of the federal government, and they are not going to go and be usurp their job or usurping their job or trying to disrupt their administration. Like I said, they have everything in local government to function, and that is why we need that viable local government with enough population so that they will be responsible to their people.
I think a lot of people will be quite happy to hear some of the ideas, the outline, the layout of what you are proposing. I'm not. I don't think I'm even against any of it actually. But I get a feeling that some people will oppose that local government one because that one will be like some people will be like, oh, you are trying to rule me out, and the others. This 6 region one, I think I agree with it. The way you put it. It makes sense. I mean, that's my own opinion. That's not the Dr. Damage's opinion. I think that makes sense. But regarding the way the resources to be shared, is that like the regions control their resources, or does it still go to the
I,
center?
I will get to that. It's part of it's another bullet. I
Okay.
will get to that.
Okay.
So
Resource
if we are
control.
restructuring first, I'm just talking of the restructuring. We are
Okay.
talk of the parliamentary democracy. Not
Okay.
first.
All
So we
right.
have geopolitical restructuring now. Then
Okay.
the next one I'll be talking about is the transformation of FCT Abuja to a federal capital city. You know, you know. Let me explain this. When the federal capital was in Lagos, the federal government complained of space and what have you. It was too tight for federal government to really operate. You see that clash between Lagos state government and federal government. The Lagos people are interfering with federal government work and the rest. So, in the wisdom of leaders that time, they said, okay, let's relocate the federal capital to a neutral place that nobody can lay claim to. Are you getting my point? Now,
Yes.
we now chose Abuja, and really, Abuja was just like a place that has been left fallow. It was a thick forest. Nobody was residing there, apart from all these what we call nomadic farmers that move from one point to another. Very few of them. So the whole of Abuja, all the central area, I don't know whether you know Abuja very well. The central area, what do you call them, Kariki, Wuse, all those
Yeah.
places that they built the capital, they built afresh.
Yeah.
They were empty, virtually empty. So the few people that were met there were relocated, were resettled at the fringes, so that it give federal government to build Abuja afresh. That would have been the federal capital city and nothing more. But along the line, they made a mistake of making it a territory by now including existing towns and villages to be part of federal arrangement, like areas like Abaji, Gwagwalada, all those villages too were now included to be part of federal arrangement. And these are the people now that are now laying claim to be the owner of federal capital territory. Are you getting my point? They are the one now asking the government that no, they should be the one that should be appointed minister. They should be the one that should be given a lot of positions in federal capital. I say, now we have gone back to Lagos issue again. Now we are facing the problem that we had in Lagos. So why do you need to include existing towns and villages to be part of federal arrangement? So you should have left those places to be, on their own. Maybe Shabaji and the rest be with Kogi State. The other one will have been with Niger. The other one will have been with Kaduna. Just to keep that compact city, federal capital city, that nobody that know that all the structures there belong to federal government. So nobody can come and lay claim to say it's an indigene of FCT. You get my point?
Yeah.
Because we stay with a neutral city that you come here, there, serve the federal government, you leave. Another set of people come because Nigerians will be employed by federal government to come and serve the federal government. When you finish your service, you go back to your area. Allow that city to remain for federal government workers and those that will provide services for federal government workers. You get my point? So, but now we have included existing towns and cities and villages. So they are now giving federal government problems on how the place should be managed. So we can still correct that mistake. Now that I propose for a regional government, all those existing towns and cities now, like Gwagwalada, can now be a local government within the north central zone. And then we now keep only that federal capital city as federal government, so that it's not owned by anybody. It's owned by federal government belongs to all of us. So that is the
But is that city large enough to hold the increasing size of the federal government, this in infrastructure and personnel because I'm thinking maybe that's why they expanded it.
Okay. There's something I want to say here. The federal capital city that I'm proposing can just owns the place that belongs to the president. Okay, I don't want to propose for president, chair government, the prime minister, and those few. Other federal government structures can still be outside the city. For example, the United States Ministry of Defense is not in Washington D.C. It's outside Washington D.C. So federal government can still have any of their offices outside that federal capital city, as long as you can go meet local government, acquire the land, gazette the land, build your structure there. Federal government workers can still be there. So if that place that we are saying is small, but to me it's not really small because it's about 160 square kilometer or thereabout from my calculation. You have 20 kilometer length and breadth, you get in that place. So you can see own a lot of federal government structure. The other ones that can be part of it can still be in any part of those local government, as long as federal government or local government get the land, they set the land, and then the government workers are there. So it doesn't mean that all federal institutions can be at that city. That's what I want to say. But major government structures can be there, and the government and the city will just be for federal government. It's not what can be claimed by any group or anybody or any tribe.
So this claim that is being made by locals of the current FCT, is it a serious concern that you feel you want to address it in your proposed constitutional reform?
Of course, it's a serious concern. You can, if you be following the trend in Nigeria. A lot of indigenous people, they are laying claims to be in charge of some of the appointments. They will say they say they don't have a governor, for example, and they need a governor. And then the federal capital government, the government will only appoint a minister, and they can pick the minister from any part of the country. So the people are being, people are just very, maybe very petty or very sensitive to some of these things, and they will
Yeah.
say no, there are people, their brother or their sister that will be minister, since they don't have a governor. So we are there, we know some of the cry, the cry. So let federal government give them federal government, let them be on their own. The federal government, federal capital city can now be run by federal government workers. Then the
Okay.
politicians that are voted for part of federal government now be there as prime minister, as this, as that. And then I now put the place now, who is to head it? The deputy prime minister can now be the one to oversee the administration of the FC federal capital city. And at that point, anybody can be the deputy prime minister. It's not necessarily going to be from a region or it depends on the arrangement that we have. The person that is a deputy prime minister at any point in time and oversee the administration of the federal capital city. So to put an end to all this unnecessary agitation from people that are laying claim to own Abuja.
I think that's a fair point. Okay, regarding the parliamentary system that you advocated, what are the areas that makes it more efficient? Because parliamentary system, they do have the House of Parliament and the upper chamber too. Like in the case of the UK, they have the House of Lords, equivalent to the Senate of the current system we have in Nigeria. So, what makes, from your point of view, the parliamentary system more efficient?
Yeah, the parliamentary system I propose is a unicameral House of Assembly, not bicameral. Like the one they have in UK is also unicameral, but the one they call House of Lords in UK, because they have House of Commons and House of Lords. The one they call House of Lords in UK, they are not elected. They are just appointed by the king. Anybody the king feels that they maybe has made a contribution to the interest of UK or has done something remarkable, but he will just appoint us. So their job is just advisory. They don't have any executive power or they don't decide for the country. They are just to advise the House of Commons if there is need for that. If the House of Commons go to them, but if House of Commons don't go to them for any advice, they are just there enjoying themselves. They don't do any work. So they are just ceremonial. You get my point. So
They do block legislation. So, like in the UK now, when they pass, the parliament pass a law change, and it goes to the House of Lords. Sometimes they reject it, and the House of Commons has to go through it again, back again.
That's what I'm saying. I don't. It's only if the House of Commons take it to them. Takes it to them. If they don't take it to them, they run the country the way it suits them. You get my point. The House of Lords are ceremonial. They don't have. If they go to them for advice, yes, they can advise against a law that has been passed by House of Commons. But if they don't go to with any advice, the House of Commons pass the law the way they deem fit. That is the way it's in the UK. So in Nigeria, we don't need House of Lords because we don't have a king and that will appoint those ceremonial people there. The only one House of Assembly is okay for us, and their job is only come up with policy that will be implemented at local government level, so that there is standard in the country. No region is going haywire to do what they like. No, the House of Assembly, National House of Assembly, this time around, will come up with laws and policy that the country will implement and will be implemented at the region and at the government level. So that's the way.
Okay, so the regional levels now, at the regional level, is it going to play out as a parliamentary system? I'm not exactly sure how it will work because they have to pass their own rules there too. And are they going to have like a mini House of Parliament in the regional areas? What is the structure you envision?
Yes, the same structure at the Federal House of Assembly. We have the same structure to our regional House of Assembly. They also have their own assembly that we, pass the law that has been passed at the Federal House of Assembly. But we know some of those regions too, based on their on peculiarity to their region, for example. So they still do things that will be in line with the Federal House of Assembly, but at the same time that will suit their own regions. You get the point. All to at local government level, they have their own House of Assembly that will work with the local government workers in order to provide the necessary service or services to the people. So
So
it's not
I'm trying to shed light on the federal level. We are going to have the parliament, isn't it? So in the regional
yeah,
level, how do they relate to each other? Is it parliament too or assembly?
yeah. The federal government will have the Federal House of Assembly. That will be the overall. The region will have regional House of Assembly to
Okay.
to do that. The government of the region. The local government have their own local government House of Assembly that will work with local government entity too.
So this House of Assembly on the federal level will be the members will be MPs because Parliament, from what I know, they are supposed to be MPs, which are members of Parliament. Am I mistaken? Or when you elect this assembly member, they will be like the current assembly members too.
Yes, they will be the member of Parliament now, Federal House of Assembly. Member of Parliament, those ones at the federal level. The regional level, member of Parliament at regional level, regional House of Assembly. Then the local government, MP at local government level. So they have their
Yeah, forgive me for that because here we call it parliament. Like the House of Parliament is parliament. There's no use of the term House of Assembly here in the UK. So that's why I'm a bit confused by that. So you are referring to it as House of Assembly, just to be
House
clear.
of Assembly. Yeah, it's
Okay,
just a
great. Okay.
kind of naming. Yeah.
Okay,
Even
so
like the UK, you have
yes.
to like Scotland. They have their own House of Assembly in Scotland. They have in Wales. So they
Yeah.
still have different House of Assembly within the countries that help UK. So similar thing like that in Nigeria, Southwest we have the House of Assembly, South we have South, Northwest. So like that, all the regions we have their own House of Assembly, but they are still under the Federal House of Assembly.
Okay. That would definitely be more efficient because now you have altogether 7 House of Assembly instead of 30, 37, including no 36 states have each. Yeah, so that would reduce the size of a House of Assembly. Do you have a number for the Federal House of Assembly in terms of the MPs that will be in there? Do you have any projection?
Yes, the details is in the constitution because each of the region will be divided into constituencies. So election will be carried out in that constituency so that at during election time, maybe if I open the book, I'll be able to come up with the exact number. But the way I've restructured it, it is based on population. You understand? You know, local government form based on population. So each region will have different population.
Yeah.
Because it depends on the number of local government that you have in your region. So based on population now, elections will be carried out because it has been divided into different what do you call it, a constituency. So the number of people that come from southwest might be different from the one that will come from south, might be different from the one that will come from northwest, because this time around it is based on population, so that each population are well represented. You get the point? Well, like what we have currently now, you just have three from each state, but you are not considering that a state might be having more population than the other. So with that, this marginalization is coming in. But you now say a state to bring three, maybe that state has just 5 million people. Another state having about 10 million people. but each of them are bringing three senators. So it doesn't really, talk of this equity and fairness you are talking about. But the one I propose now is based on population from each of the local government. So if you are grouping 4 or 5 local government together now to be one constituency, so you are electing from that constituency based on the number of local government into the National House of Assembly. So based on that, you realize that each population are well represented at national. The same
Okay.
thing too, regional House of Assembly. Each of the regions to have been broken down into constituency that for election purpose. So election too will be carried out according to the population, so that each population will be well represented at National House of Assembly level. The same thing as local government. What I've done to local government is to say, okay, each local government now will be divided into 25 wards. So each ward now will be about 50,000 population, based population of 100,000 per local government. So if each ward is having 50,000 population, so you are now electing one person from each ward. So that means that 25 people now be in local government House of Assembly.
I
You
see.
get my So at the end of the day, you can now see that in the country today, there is no ethnic group that is less than 50,000. So with 50,000 people now nominating one person, voting for one person to represent them at local government level, all the ethnic group now will be represented at local government House of Assembly. So with that,
Okay.
the
That's
development.
that sounds good. I wanted to ask one question though. Within the regions, do they still have this rotational system of government that
Of course,
they are trying
of
to
course,
institute now?
it will be there too at local government level and at regional level. Because no, I said that they'll be divided into each constituency. So that rotation will be done among the constituency in the region. The way it is done among the zone at the federal level. So each zone will be divided
Okay.
into there will be rotational, what do you call it, governor, because the governor that will represent
The
each
regions.
region. Then
Okay.
same thing with what do you call it, local government too. Each of those wards will be local government will be divided into 5 wards. There are already 25 wards. So 25 wards now will be divided into 5 different groups. So the rotational issue too will be among those 5 groups that have five wards within the local government.
I see. So the system is designed to have rotational system from the federal level to the local level.
To the local level, yeah. So at
Good.
any
Good.
point in time, both area will be crying of marginalization of being forgotten, not being taken care of, not part of the system.
Okay, that sounds like some. Yeah, you are thinking about Nigerians when when you did that. That sounds like you're thinking about Nigerians.
We
All right.
need to be practical in this country so that you carry everybody along. But if you just want to be imposing system on people, and at the end of the day, some people will be left. But if we are practical, pragmatic about the whole thing, everybody will feel belong to the country. Now,
And that will be written into the constitution, not into party the rules.
in fact, like I said, maybe let me go back to that number one, parliamentary democracy. I said introducing a non-partisan political system with a unicameral House of Assembly to streamline governance and reduce the exorbitant cost associated with the current structure. There will be no political parties with what I propose in this constitution. There will be no political parties. It's going to be a zero-party structure. That's non-partisan system. From my research, I got to know that politics can be practiced in 2 ways: partisan and non-partisan. What we've been doing in the past since independence have been partisan politics, because that's what our political masters are doing. But the partisan politics has brought a lot of problems for us since independence. If you look at the first constitution that we got after independence that led to the parliamentary system, what destroyed it is party politics. How? Awolowo that was premier in the West with his political party, he tried to go to the federal, to move to the federal to become prime minister. His deputy that was to hold ground for him, he came back, he joined another party, he formed his own party, and then challenged Awolowo's party. That was what caused the crisis during election when he won because his party now aligned to the party at the federal level. The next thing, the people that didn't vote for him, they started fighting, destroying properties, killing each other. You remember Wild West and the issue of
Yeah.
Operation Wedge here. So those things, that's what political parties has caused for us. That's divided us. It's not even along party line, along ethnic line or along religious line. It was dividing us even up to our family members, towns and villages. Party politics are divided us. And when military came and kicked them out and all those stuff, people were condemning the military, but there was crisis that need to be resolved. The military came, kicked them out, and 1979, it's okay, democracy again. We came up with another party politics. And after 1979, 1984, 83, there was crisis. Parties started fighting each other. So party politics is an issue. Those are things I looked at and said, do we really need party? When you are looking at running a democracy, you don't need a party. Now, you say platform with somebody coming, you don't need any platform. I got to know the meaning of the essence of government. The government is just to provide those basic things for us, security and welfare services. Now, if you are coming in to come as part of government, like I said, you key in into all the agenda or the program that these ministries and institutions of government that have been created, what they have come up with. You key into the agenda. So you don't need the one party politics that will come and say, this is my party manifesto. This is my party agenda. Okay.
Well, hold on. That seems like a very radical thing you are saying there. So
No, that,
you are
right, okay,
saying,
let me just finish. It's not
finish.
radical, it's the right thing. Because with this, they have been using this to exploit, to go away with a lot of things. Now, how many all those parties we see in Nigeria today? Go and check their manifesto. They are all the same. Will a party come up with the manifesto that they will not provide health care for you? Will they come up with manifesto that they will not provide education? All of them will tell you the good things you want to hear. And all the good things that you want to hear are already in the constitution. Those are the manifesto that existing institutions have provided to give you all those basic amenities, all those basic things that make you to survive. So why do we also need party to tell us what is already in constitution? You getting my point? So just come and key into the constitution. Come and uphold what is in the constitution. Don't come up with your own agenda that you give us healthcare. Are you the doctor or who are you? The Ministry of Health that I employed Nigerians, those in the medical field, to provide those things for us, is their job to do it. They know what to do. You just come and ensure that they are doing their job. So don't come up with your manifestos and say you are going to give me healthcare. Which kind of healthcare are you going to take over the job of the ministry? You getting my point? So you don't need anybody's manifesto. The manifesto is already in the constitution. Just come and key into what is the constitution. You get my point? So, so if you allow them now to come up with this thing, okay, I'll give you an example of what happened last election when the party come with a different manifesto. Alhaji Atiku, he said he wanted to be president. People were asking, the last president, President Buhari, is from the north. You are also coming to say you want to be president from the north. How do you want other parts of the country to feel? What did he say? He said, no, his own party. And the last person from his own party is from the south. That's Jonathan. So he's the next person is from the north. He should be the next president. So now you can now see that people are now loyal to their own party agenda than to the country interest.
Yes.
So you can see how party politics is dividing the country. But if it is in the constitution that the rotation is that the last person from the north, the next person should be from the south, the next person, no like that. Nobody will come and say my own party agenda is that that last person is from the south, I'm from the north, so it's my turn. You get my point? So let's come and uphold the constitution. And nobody should come up with their own idea of their party issue and party politics. You get my point? So that's the reason I said, let's forget about party. Since it is part of democracy, that you can practice democracy, partisan politics, or non-partisan politics. This time around, let's go non-partisan. Since we have realized that party politics have destroyed us, have divided us, have ruined the economy, have ruined the system, let's forget about them. And there is no need, there is nothing they are bringing in new. What you want to put your agenda is already in the constitution. So which party? So this idea of party, before you know, somebody will own the party because he has the own money to spend. Everybody now will be worshiping the owner of the party. Is that the way we should run the country? So nobody should be godfather to anybody. You come in.
I hear what you are saying. Let me ask though, because this is very unusual. I've never had a situation in any country. I can't remember any country where they don't have a kind of party with ideology. The only systems you see do that are like the Chinese state that is based on the Communist Party, and like Vietnam. This, if I'm not mistaken, Vietnam is similar. So how does a candidate emerge and say, okay, these are my policies, this is what I want to do for the country? How do they do that? Don't they have other people that they can work with, or they just do it individually?
You see that you just said something now that I've been talking against. Somebody will come and say, this is what I want to do for the country. Are we running a dictatorial system? Are we going to be under you when you get the vote? You see, you are representing the people to come and be part of what government is doing, to come and ensure that government is working and providing the necessary service to the people. You are not the one to tell us that this is what I want to do. It makes us to be as if we are going to be under you. You are going to be our new king. You are now going to be worshiping you. No, we say it's democracy. System, this government have been established with institutions to provide the basic, basic dividends of democracy. Your own is to go and key into their job and ensure that people are doing their job. The workers are working. So though the idea of saying this is what I want to do, that's the same thing party is saying. That party says this is what I want to do. What do you want to do that the government workers will not do? That has not been established. Before you are born, government have been existing to provide basic amenities for the people. So don't come up and say, this is what I will do when I become your governor, when I become your president. No. Just your job is to come and see that when you get there, government workers will do their job and provide those basic amenities for the people. That is why they are employed to serve the government for 35 years. They call them civil servants. They are our servants. So they provide services for us. So don't tell us that this is what you want to do. You be the one to give us to do our road, be the one to do our hospital. The institution to do that have been established. You get my point. You get the sentiment I'm bringing up. So when you allow them to come and start telling us that this is what I want to do, that means you're already referencing them, already giving them some sort of position for them to be over you. But they are your servants to provide services for you. You get
so how are new things brought into the system? Because if from what you are describing, this the plan has already been laid out, how are new things added to the system? How does the candidate introduce new this in elected official? How do they introduce new ideas, new projects, new things to do?
My brother, well, those are the things that they used to deceiving us. Which new things are they bringing into the system that when you get in there, discuss with the workers, okay, this is the way we are going to do it again. It's because we have killed government institutions. That is why the workers there don't have, the brain, or what do I call it, the position of say this is their job and they must be seen to do their job. Politicians will use that loopholes. That's why I say there are so many loopholes there to say, okay, I'm coming in to say, what is the new thing they're coming to do? Are they coming to say they want to do roads? Is that not the job of the workers in Ministry of Works to fix our road and develop the infrastructures? That is why they've been employed. So you coming from your background, maybe you are a businessman, you want to bring new thing. Which new thing that you want to bring that those who have been trained to provide those services do not know? And if you have new thing to really bring, you discuss with them that are already on ground to say, okay, I'm part of you now. Do it this way. Now let's see if you do it this way, how can it be better than what you've been doing before? You understand my sentiment. So it is not that we are now starting government afresh. Government has been there working, doing their job. Okay, take a local government, for example, that I'm talking of to be the most important government in the country. In the local government, we have these what the people that will plan, camp planners. They are the ones to know where residential quarters should be, where the hospital should be, where market should be, where the what do you call it, park should be. They have the town planners that will plan their community, plan their local area. So it's not one politician that is just coming from another place to come and scatter or scuttle the way local government should arrange their area. You understand my point? If you have any idea to tell them, okay, say, if instead of putting the hospital here, why don't you put it here? You sit down and discuss with them. And then, they share ideas and say, okay, let's relocate the hospital to this place. But the basic job of the local government workers is to provide those services for the people. You politicians coming is to ensure that they do their job. They didn't siphon the money. They didn't divert money or resources to other places. That is your job. You get my point? So to get elected into this House of Assembly, your background will speak for you. You come from the local government or from your wards, you indicate interest that you want to go and contest. The government media, because we have to put an end to money politics in Nigeria if you want to really move forward. The government media will pick you up from there and announce you to your area, to the local area. So the people from there will start talking about you. Those who know you before, like a criminal, will come and say, this man a criminal before. Those who know that you're a good person will talk about. So during the screening at that local government level, you are screened out. If you have any dented past or any dented image, you are screened out. So it's only those who the people knows to be of good character that will now be voted for during election. So with that, people with shady characters are eliminated. But if you use party politics, party will shield some people because you have money to spend, or they will shield you, they will start, pushing you forward. At the end of the day, we will vote for people who have a shady background. But if you come up individual.
I think this thing has come off. That is an interesting proposal. I've never heard of a democratic system that does not have partisan politics or a way of introducing directly, like when you are running for office, you don't necessarily come up with your own agenda that you want to implement when you are in office. I'm not clear on that yet, because that one that one would take a lot of people getting used to. That could be a genius move, or it could be a serious flaw. Let me see. Yeah, as I was saying, that idea of non-partisan politics is the most radical thing I've heard of in a democratic system before. I've never heard of that before. And if it either is a genius move or it's a non-starter, it's either is one way, and that is why it's so radical. Because I still don't understand, because what you are saying could lead to a hegemony of civil servants that lord it over the elected officials, really, because they become more powerful than the elected officials.
Yes, I understand your sentiment there. You see, somebody asked me, say, if I say that we no party politics, they say, who will be the opposition? And I say, yes, opposition in this place will be the civil servant. The civil servant opposition will be the politicians. Because what we have today now, politicians have taken over, because just like say hegemony now, they are now the hegemony, they relegated the workers to be nobody. They are now just there, redundant. But this time around now, if you have individuals coming into government service, you are only going to make sure that workers are doing their job. So if you want to go and usurp the job of the workers now can challenge you that, no, this is not how it's supposed to be. You cannot take up our job and go and give contractors. We are the ones to do this and ensure that we are doing our job. So this time around now, the workers will be in the opposition to the politicians that have been elected. At the end of the day, what people want is result. You get the point? Because the people want to get the affordable health care, the quality education, and all those things. So those are the reason why they elect their people to go and ensure that the workers are doing their job. So if they are not getting the necessary service from the local government, they can now, go and lay siege at the door of local government workers and to want to know who is not doing their job to give them the necessary service. So we don't need party politics. Party politics is just a distraction. It's causing division among the people. Because today now, for example, now we vote for a party today. He wins an election. The man that is at the ends of affairs that will say, those people from that side no vote for me. He will not allow development to get there. That is what party politics is doing to us. They've now taken over the running of the whole place as if we don't have government existing before they came in. And then you come out and say, okay, next time vote for another party, vote for another party. You vote for another party. Those areas that didn't vote for another party, because everybody cannot vote for one party. There must be some people that will vote for party A, some vote for party B. So if some people vote for party A now, those areas that didn't vote for party B will suffer. And
Okay.
shows that some of the things
So, but okay, let's say I'm trying my best to envision the to picture what you are trying to describe. However, okay, let's say there's no party politics. No candidate needs to be part of any political party, can just stand on their own and come up with. But they have to have an idea of what they are going to into government to go and do. They could say, like, this local government area, we don't have a bridge to cross in that pond that we have. So I'm going to go into office, and when I get there, I'm going to work with the civil servants to make sure they get that pond and bridge built. You see what I mean? So they have to have a way of, like, a manifesto that they want to fulfill for the people. Don't you think?
Just like what I'm saying now, the manifestos have been provided by the civil servant in those ministries, in those government institutions. The bridge we are talking about is part of program of the Ministry of Works, because the whole area is under them. So they know what to do for all the communities. So if you are voted for from a community now, and you are not seeing the necessary development from maybe Ministry of Work or Ministry of Health, it's now your job to remind them, your program, why has it not covered my area? There's a place that you have not built the bridge. There's a place that don't have hospital. So all those things, they remind the workers, and the workers now know that, yes, the man from that community, the representative there now is putting pressure on them. They will increase the program and go and fix it. You get my point? So no, it's a strategic, arrangement that has been done for government. Government is supposed to be on autopilot without any governor, without any president, without any of these politicians. So if they are not there, the workers know their routine duty to provide services to the people. And part of the services is all those environment, infrastructures, and the rest.
Man, this area is really fascinating. Yes, it's really fascinating me. I don't know why. Because, like, you are okay. What you are saying is the government, the civil servants already have the plan.
They have the program. They have the
Who
plan.
gave them the plan? They are not elected. Who gave them the plan for the people?
My brother, you don't need to be elected now. You know that it's your job. Minister of Health has employed you. The Minister of Health know that in that community there must be an hospital there to cater for the number of people that are living there.
Yeah, so but who told that ministry that they should do it? Because there's no. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's no connection between them and the people. Just because you are elected doesn't mean the people had a say in which bridge you should build, what hospital you should build. Where is the connection to the people? That is what I'm curious about.
You see, it is because we have looked down at local government. That's why we don't respect their status and their services. At a community level, although all our towns and villages belong to a local government, and the local government employed people to come and work for the people. So each ministries at local government level employ the people that will do the job of providing services to the people. Roads, market, healthcare. So they employ the people, and they have plan for the local government to provide the service to people, because they are the one collecting taxes. And what would they do with that? They don't provide. So it's not politicians that are supposed to do all this. It's the job of the civil servant. That's why they call them civil servants, to provide those services. Politicians are only coming to ensure that the civil servants are doing their job. So that's what I'm saying.
So
That
the
you
local
coming with
governments then. I
yes,
want to know what, okay, you were mentioning the local governments. So the local governments, they have the idea to build a bridge, and because they have civil servants, they say build this bridge. Is that how it works? Or I'm trying to
okay.
understand.
Understand now. Okay, I talk about town planners. They have the office of town planning in the local government. Those town planners, they employ those that have gone to school to read the estate management, to read all this town planning in the school. So they give them employment. You go to the office, you will see the map of the local government there. They have the maps of every, because we, like me now, visited a lot of all these institutions and we've seen the work. No government has been established totally, completely, strategically, that without one politician, they should be doing their job. But politicians are the one that come to solve this job and start scuttle everything. In a local government, you go to the office of the town planner, the plan, the map of the place is there, where they will do bridge, where they will do road, where they will build hospital. Everything has been, highlighted on the plan. So it's just to get the resources, and Minister of Works are providing all those things. Minister of Health, they are building hospital. So all those things have been established in the local government setting. So you don't need politicians to come up with another agenda. Say a politician coming in should go to the office of the town planner and see how the local government has been, set up. You will notice that his community, where it's coming from, is part of the arrangement in the office of the town planner there. So it's already established. You get my point?
All right.
It's just like in US, for example, now. I don't know whether you're in US or you're in UK. Okay, even in UK, you see council houses, you see council this, council that. The council are the one doing all these things for the people, even without the politicians prompting them. It's their routine work. If the road is getting bad with the local government, the Minister of Workers know that it's their job to go there and fix the photo without politicians telling them, because it's their routine job. That's what they have been employed, to carry out these routine services, to provide service to the people.
I think that this section of your manifesto, it deserves its own separate show, because that is a radical change, departure from all democratic systems that I know of so far. So it deserves its own show. So I would like us to move on from that, because if we carry on, we're going to be here for 4 hours to examine minutia of every detail, because it's very, very radical. Okay, so
okay, before you just go, like I was saying, this issue of manifesto and all this thing came from the way we are handed, democracy, the way democracy was handed over to us. Because in that case, we were coming from a system where we have one man, a monarchy, providing all those services. So when they were handing over democracy and people just took over like that, they believe that they should be the one to be providing all those things. So that's why during election they will talk of manifesto. But if you look at it critically, it is not the job of the politicians to come up with manifesto. It's the job of the established institutions that have been created for the services of the people. That is
okay.
it. So move to another.
Let's move to other areas of the constitutional proposal.
Yes. Okay, I've talked about the FCT to become Federal Capital City, not Federal Capital Territory, and so that friction between the indigenous people and federal government workers, federal government outfit. Now, the next one I talk about is devolution of power. Is what I've been talking about local government. That local government should now be given greater autonomy, so that you have that resources to provide those basic amenities to the people. I think we can still continue. Maybe we'll talk about how they will get their revenue. It's already there. It's another bullet point. So, you have any question about that? Devolution of power to local government. Since we don't have state again, now it's local government that should not be made to be responsible for provision of services, or those basic services. Can we move on?
All right. Yes, of course. Yes. Regarding the devolution of that's especially allocation of resources, that's one area people are very concerned about. So in this system, in your proposal, does it that the resources from each region get controlled by the regions or by the local governments? How are the resources managed?
I will get to that. It's another bullet point. I'll talk of revenue sharing formula.
Okay.
So let's leave that division of power. I only talk about that so that let us know that local government should be given that substantial power to control their resources so that they'll be held responsible for provision of services to the people. They should be the one to be held not the president, not the governor, the local government authorities. And they can only do that if they have control over substantial amount of their resources. So now, the other one after the evolution of power is the judicial reform. What I really mention about judicial reform is that since we're going to have a local government that will be up to 500,000 population, each local government now deserve a high court so that dispensation of justice will be faster. You get my point? Because I look at it, population now. A population of 500,000 people deserve a high court. So the idea of having just one high court in the state and you have a lot of cases piling up there and people are not being given justice on time is what makes it say, okay, you can establish high court at each local government so that you have a quick dispensation of justice. The next one I'll talk about is digital electioneering. You know what we've been doing in the past has been this manual and analog election. Where we line up in the sun and in the rain, trying to vote for the elected the candidates. You see, I propose for digital election.
Hello. Oh, he's dropped off. All right. Yeah, he'll be back. It was a technical issue as always. You do get these things, especially from Nigeria, where the internet is a little bit glitchy. Yeah, this proposal of non-partisan system, that is a new one that I've never heard of before in the democratic system. And because of it, I'll probably look into it myself to see whether it's something that any other nation is practicing, because it's quite fascinating. Personally, I don't care about politics at this stage. I don't think Nigerians should necessarily care about political parties. We as a people don't have the luxury. There's so many challenges that we face that having political ideology in terms of the way we approach things seems like a luxury at this stage. We should be focusing on building our nation back to a level that is acceptable by international standard. And we all know most of our systems are not nowhere near that. So why are we not all pulling together instead of having partisan politics to do that? I think when you do partisan politics is when you have, your country is already on its feet and competing with other nations. You have the time for all that, softies and Democrats, Republicans, APC, PDP. Before you have all that time, we should be running a government on national unity at this stage. And for the life of me, I don't understand why 36% of somebody that won 36% of the vote goes on to rule the country as if they won 100% of the vote. I'm not sure that is very good for our country. We are not getting the best minds, and we are getting a lot of people that have how do I put it, animosity towards or that don't agree with the ruling party ideologically in terms of terms of their policy and everything, and they outnumber in terms of the population the political the ruling parties this in support. So over 60% of the electorate did not vote for the current government. That is significant, and yet the government needed to do a lot of difficult things. So how do you do so many difficult things without working with all sections of the society that you are from? So I feel like this is no time for political parties. This is a time for everybody putting together. So I sympathize with the idea of a political democratic system. but it will take a doing, like, because my own head is full of political parties when I think about democracy. Yeah, welcome back. We're talking about, was it revenue allocation or something?
Yes, digital election.
Digital election. Okay.
Yes.
Go
So,
ahead.
like I said, there's no political parties. You come as an individual from your ward, from the local government, and digital election, that they say is not possible, it's not doable, is very, very doable. Now, we spend close to 400 billion every election time. And I look at it. If we just take just 100 billion of this 400 billion and ensure that there is internet service all over the country, get my point?
Yeah.
It will be the first step to tackle this issue of digital election. And it is not a waste. If you put GSM, I love to call it internet service in all the country, is an investment because people will pay for the internet service and government will could buy its money. So if you are able to put internet service in all the parts of the country, then during election time, with your mobile phone and Android phone, as long as you have access to internet, your NIN, very important that we also make sure that everybody, all Nigerians have their NIN. Your NIN will now be your password during election time. When you put in your NIN, all your details will be registered by the system. If you are less than 18, it will make you not eligible for the election. So you are disqualified. So if you are more than 18, it will now bring the next step. The next step now, you click, it will show all the regions that is the country. You click your region, then all the local government will come up. You click your local government. Then those who are contesting, their pictures and their name will show. You click the person you want to vote for. So it's so simple as the way I've explained. There's nothing complicated about it. It's seamless. So the only thing is your NIN. And if you don't even have Android phone that will be linked to it, you can use anybody's phone as long as your NIN is the one that you input there as your password. So, and if you do it again with your NIN, the system will reject you that it's only once you have to vote. You cannot do 2 times. So with that, everybody can vote inside your house while you are drinking your beer, you are taking your soup, you are voting. You don't need to travel from Lagos to the east or east to the north to go and do election. You stay anywhere you are, you vote. Even those of you in diaspora, you be in UK, you be in US, you can vote as long as you have internet service and you have your NIN. You can vote for a representative any part in any part of the world. So it solves the problem and it is so cheap. You don't need to spend money for ballot papers or ballot boxes or start traveling all over up and down. People will come and break your head inside the sun. You know, all those things will not be there. And the system is there reading all the way people are doing the election. So after 2-3 hours, you off the system. The result, you can monitor the result as you are voting in your local area there, because the most important thing is your representative you are voting for. As you are doing it in your place, other local government you are doing their own, you know. So at the end of the day, it's representative you are voting for that matter.
Have you got any way of verifying when you have a digital system in case it is hacked or something goes wrong?
Yes.
Is there any measures to make sure that the system is not tampered with?
You see, even if this one is hacked, you can only act it for just 1 or 2 people because you are voting for a representative in your local area. So somebody that is acting it is acting for 1 or 2 people. It's not a presidential election that we are voting for one person, the whole country is voting for one person. No, that you are now hacking it for the person that will become president. You get my point? So your hacking that doing will not make any meaning at the end of the day because you are hacking maybe for local government, maybe for 1 or 2 people in the local government. Or, you get my point? So if you have a solid arrangement, because after all, banks have their, you are using ATM to do money transactions and they are blocking the hackers. So the same thing, if you are serious with this digital election, we do a solid internet system and electionary system that the hackers should not be able to just hack easily.
I wish there was a way where you can print hard copy of what you voted. That way you have it as a receipt just in case. People feel like, okay, all of us in this time, we know we voted for Mr. Okonkwo, and suddenly we see Mr. Omahi as the leader. They'll be like, we have to find a way to find out how did this
You
happen?
are correct. You are correct. Something is that by the time you finish your voting, you can still be on the system and be watching the way votes are coming in your local area. So the system is counting it. If candidate A is receiving one vote for somebody, the system will count it. It's going to be open. It's not going to be something that will be hidden. Then after 1 or 2 hours, election will be printed. No, you can monitor the election from the beginning, from the first second to the last second. So you do your own. You see, you counted. Another person is voting. The same. The
Yeah,
number is
but
growing.
the same thing can still happen now. You can vote for Mr. Okonkwo and then he just goes one. Yes, the number you will be thinking that some other person voted for Mr. Okonkwo, and how can you track to know everybody is voting for who they are voting for? How is there any way to tell?
It is the system. If you have a solid system that has been, like I said, you use your bank, internet banking, mobile banking, and actually, yes, some people can hack it. But this time around too, if it is well, done with solid system and everything, as you are voting, you are pressing the face of the person you are voting for. The system is automatically counting it. You can even maybe 3 of you can sit down in the place. Okay, let's vote for candidate A now. You vote. System is not counting. You know that system don't do Doro. It's not counting. But if the 3 of you can vote now, you vote your own on your own phone. The system count number 1. The person beside you to vote for the same person count number 2. It depends. It's just the way we have the solid system that will do the counting for us, and we do it. Technology is all over now, and we have technology that can handle it for us. So just for us to embrace it, do a solid
Okay, I agree with
system
you. That's more of a lower level problem. The main thing is that you want digital election, and it's more efficient. All we have to do is find a way to solve the problems that may arise, isn't it? So I think that is commendable, and it's a good idea. So okay, let's move on to the next area because we have your constitution is quite large. We have a large area to cover, and it's at night in Nigeria. I know you have been up for quite a while, and you were around yesterday. So I don't want to overstretch you on this stuff. So let's cover the next area of the proposal that you have.
Is revenue sharing formula. So, like I said, local government should be important government in Nigeria, and in order to make local government have enough funds and resources to provide those basic amenities for the people, I propose that they should be the one collecting the taxes. If no matter how big your industry is, you pay your tax to the local government. And at the end of the day, those are the economic activity on the surface that local government will start collecting. And at the end of the month, the sharing formula now will be 70% go to that local government, 20% go to the region, and 10% to the federal. So the reason is just clear. That 70% now be used to cater for the people and for the infrastructure in your local area. The 20% to the region and 10% to the federal, they have the role already to do with that. But at the end of the day, if the 70% is not enough to do those basic things, you can access extra money from the federal government in form of loan at percentage of less than 1% or thereabout to get funds to provide or to invest in your local area or to cater for some infrastructure that are seriously needed. So the part is just to eradicate this multiple taxation that is going on in Nigeria. So what I now say that the federal inland revenue that is there collecting taxes and they don't even know, they don't even give account of it, they are just mismanaging the money, can have their offices in all the local government. And I see the local government to set up revenue sharing system digitally, so that when the money comes in, it go in straight to the local government account, so that they are also monitoring what is coming in the local government. So that at the end of the month, when they are sharing this money, they know that 70% remain with the local government, 20 goes to the region, 10 to the federal. Because the federal this time around has nothing much to do with money apart from armed forces, uh, uh, foreign affairs issues, and also federal government still make money from other sources, like from custom. They make money from custom, they make money from immigration, passport, and the rest. So they still have a lot. The federal government still make more money. But the one that local government will depend on, they are those economic activity on the surface of the area in their local area. Then when you now talk of the natural resources, the one beneath the ground, we talk of it being run by the federal government. Then 30% royalty is paid to that local government where those natural resources are coming from. For example, we talk of crude oil now. We all know that federal government handle crude oil. So if it is 500,000 barrels that is coming from a local government now, which local government now will be part of it and will know the quantity coming from their area. So they're expecting 30% of that 500,000 barrels to come back to them at the end of the month. You get the point? So they will now have enough resources to cater for all these oil spillage, the crisis that is being caused by vandalization and the rest. And they will now have the resources to employ their own people too, to be part of security arrangement, to provide security for this oil installation in their area. But if the whole money is not, the result is not coming to them, and is stopping at one state governor office that will decide on what to do with it, the local government will be crying every day that they don't have, and the development in that local area will not be sustained. But if the money straight to local government, 30% of the natural resources coming out from that area go back to local government, they will have enough resources to cater for that.
So
So that
then the rest goes to there's 50% go to the region, and you said something about 10% going to federal. Isn't it? Is it only
that is
10?
economic activity on the surface. Like you are paying taxes to local government, all those industries, where you produce one or two things, they pay tax to government. So those their tax go to the local government, and when they are sharing the money, 70 remains with the local government, 10 go to federal government, 20 go to the
To
regional
region.
government.
Okay,
Yes,
so things that are underneath the ground, what is what are the percentages?
yes, 30% goes to the local government where the resources is coming from. Then
Yeah.
the remaining with the federal government.
Okay, the remaining goes to federal government.
Government, because they are the ones that are really operating those natural resources. So the remaining remains federal government. And those money with federal government are just there in trust for any local government that needs funds to access. Like I said, local government might loan to do investment or to fix infrastructure. Those money are just there at central bank in the federation account for any local government to access for further development.
That's interesting. You didn't even give regional government anything out of that. Okay.
Their job is just supervisory. They don't really have much to do because most of the job they carry out at local government level. You get my
Yeah.
point? So if you look at region, they are just to ensure that no local government is left behind.
That's
The
interesting.
only job I give the regional government to do is the issue of federal roads. The federal road that
Yeah.
crisscross across the country. Let the regional government handle them. So from that 20%, and from what they can ask for again, maybe to equip the Ministry of Works or to do one or two things, they can ask federal government from the 70% and the 10% the federal government has taken, they can still get money from there to fix the federal road in their region. So apart from
Wow.
that, all other jobs will be with local government. Like I said, local government will now operate like a state on their own. So people will not be crying to say, it's Tinubu that is not giving us food or is not giving us water. Is your local government go and lay siege in their office? Say we are not having drinking water. Why? With all the resources we are getting, we need water. You understand my point? So people will be held responsible for their actions. That's the way.
Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, how about terms of security like policing?
Yeah, we'll get to that. It's another topic on their own. It's another bullet point. So if you are okay with the revenue sharing formula, go to another one.
I'm
Okay.
sure a lot of
This
people will be happy with that.
yeah. The next one is elimination of multiple taxation. I think I have covered it in the revenue sharing formula because local government are the one collecting the taxes. Then other government like the regional government, federal government will not collect anything from an industry, for example. The industry will know that it's responsible to the local government where it's sited, where it's operating from. So if it's 100 million you are paying as tax, pay to that local government. Then to be shared between the federal, the state, the region and the local government. So, but the only local government will be the one to go and collect the tax, not this idea of multiple taxation. We have federal collect, state to collect, local government will collect. Doesn't encourage businesses. You get the
Yeah,
point. Yeah.
sounds good.
So then the issue of accountability and transparency. I've been able to address that by saying we need to remove immunity from these elected officials because the immunity that they have now is making them not to be accountable to the people. Nobody can really ask them questions on how the state and the government. So, but the removal of immunity will now make them to be accountable. There will be transparency in government work. There should be no official secret that we have now that people are hiding a lot of things from the people. The bodies are people's money, pay taxes, and they want to know how their money is being spent. So there should be that transparency. There should be no military covering anybody, a governor or the prime minister or the local government chairman, can be investigated anytime and be prosecuted. You can be removed from office if you are found guilty, during investigation. So that will promote, good governance.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next one now is eradication of money politics. I've said that while we are talking about party politics. If there is no party politics, you don't need to spend money. Okay, this that you are trying to say that party politics. Somebody want to be governor now, you make it to go and buy form of 50 million naira. Does it make sense? When you pay 50 million naira for form, if you get to office, are you not going to recoup that 50 million? So those are some of things that you say don't need any party politics. You come out individually and let government media take over from there. So you don't need to even pay for your own advert. It's government media within that local government, that the radio station, the TV station in the local government that will now take over and announce you to the people in the local area that so person wants to be your representative. How do you see it? Then the people will now talk, this man a criminal before, he's a rapist, he raped a lady before, this one stole money. So with that, they will start screening the contestant out during screening time. So the issue of you paying money to go and buy form, to go and you don't need that. You just come out, the government media will take it from there.
But is
And
that
then
not going to be a problem in terms of the scaling? Because if 2,000 people shows up, the government media can they handle 2,000, 3,000 that wants to run for office?
we are talking of the local government. So even if 3,000 comes up within that local government, during the screening, some will be screened out. During election, even with 3,000 are there, election will be just one person that will win. Because
Yes.
the people will come and still look for their candidate. That this one I want to vote for. They will vote, and at the end of the day, the computer will count. The person with the highest number of votes will be the one that will represent the ward or the local government. You understand?
So you could have a situation whereby somebody wins 10% of the vote, but because there are so many people in that election, they go on to govern the people as if they won 100%.
No, I didn't get that question.
So that if a lot of people were running for the election because it's easy for everybody to get into the election, So
Yeah.
let's say 100 people run for the election.
In a
Then
local government.
yes, in a local government. Yeah, in a local
Okay.
government. Yes, in local
Okay.
government. 100 people run for the election. It means that the person that wins the election may even get 10-15% of the vote, but they can go on then to govern for 100% of the people. So is that not a problem in terms of democracy where
You are not really governing people. You are only representing them. You know, there is a representative government. That's the democracy you are talking about. If you are saying that you want to govern people, then there's no more democracy. It has turned to authoritarian or dictatorship
okay.
or something. It's
Okay, let's say
represent.
you are representing them, but you are representing 80, you are representing also 85% of people that didn't vote for that person. So is that not
Of
going
course,
to be a problem?
that's where democracy comes in. The democracy is about number. The highest number, the person with the highest number of votes will now be the one to represent the community or the wards or the local government in the House of Assembly. You get it? You're only going to represent the House of Assembly. And then when you get to the House of Assembly, you're on to ensure that your area, the necessary infrastructures and the necessary basic amenities are provided. And if you even get there, you go out to the local government, you find out that they've already make arrangements for all the local areas. So you own to do to ensure that they do their job and provide necessary amenities. It's not like I said in US, the local government, there, the county, they take the arrangement, their plans take care of all the towns and villages in the place without the elected people going there to say, you have not provided water in my place. If you get there, you find out that they are taking care of all their towns and villages within the county. So the same thing we need to do it. We don't need a politician to tell the workers what to do their job. They know. So that's the same thing I'm just proposing.
Okay, thank you for that. So what is the next one?
The next one now is the eradication of money politics. Yeah, we've done that. Then the regional policing. This time around, we only have one form of police now, the federal police, that are all over. Now we can now, develop the policing to be regionalized. But one thing must be certain: they still have to be trained by the national police, that's the federal police, so that the police all over the country, in all the regions, have the same form of training. So that the region now will not just come and design their own form of training for their police, and at the end of the day, there is a crisis in the country. They will still have the same training that will be organized by the national police. You get my point?
But why do you think that there will be crisis in the country if they train in different regions slightly differently based on their own peculiarities?
You see, the fact is that loyalty will still be to the federal government. By the time you are allowing some of the region to do things that have to do with security on their own and everything, you might be tempted to say, okay, we want to be on our own, we want to, that loyalty to the center will be shaken.
I
Just like
see.
what we have First Republic, where the Western region that time, they have House of Assembly. I mean, they have representatives in the UK House of Assembly. You get it? It doesn't bring about national unity and national cohesion. So the national government, the federal government will still ensure that people still, have that loyalty to the country. You can develop at your pace. You have the resources to develop, but when you have come to issue of security, issue of loyalty, the national government, the Nigeria as a country, will still be reckoned with. So it's only Nigeria that can have foreign affair issues, not any region having their own foreign issue. We're talking of security. Security will still be coordinated at the center. They will take the police for you, send it back to you now to go and provide security, internal security within your region. But you are still, responsible to national cohesion, national posture. So you can't just go down and be thinking that you have your independence now because you are training your own police, you are recruiting police, you are doing this by yourself. No.
That's
That's
interesting because this is the first time you are really saying a lot of things today that are actually new to me. That you want a regional police system that has an element of national training and a kind of
yeah,
doctrine,
yeah, I know.
so that they
Yeah.
are loyal to the center. Their loyalty to the center is still strong. How to do that, I don't know, because if you finish training them, then you send them to the regions. The regions, as long as the regions control them, their loyalty shifts, don't you think? Because is there anything the federal government has over the regions in terms of controlling their police other than the training? I don't know.
Yes, yes. Apart from the training, you still talk about their welfare, their administration. Although most of them will be carried out at the regional level, but the fact still remains that when you train together with your colleagues from other regions, that esprit de corps will still be with them. That I still have my colleague that trained from the northwest, for example. Maybe you are from the south also. So you can still relate with yourself, and exchange of ideas too will still be there. So the fact that you are only coming to your region to provide security for your people has not given you that complete independence to be out of what is happening in Nigeria, because other people too in other places are still your colleagues that you can still live with together, but you are now in your region, and you are still part of Nigeria, because
Okay.
the people who train you too are from your area too. Not They are not bringing national police from heaven. National police I'm talking about are still from all the regions.
Yeah.
That so they are not aliens, they are not foreigners, they are still Nigerians like you that will still train you. But the part that we want you to have the same basic training, so that what you do to provide security in your area is not different from what the police in other regions too are doing. So that if you are traveling as an individual, as a civilian, traveling from one region to another, you will not go and meet different for a type of police in another region, because they are trained differently. You get my point? The training is same head, the same type of police you meet in one region. When you are traveling to another region, you still meet the same type of police, behaving the same way, addressing the same way, because they have the same type of police. That's just the essence of them
Okay.
being put together at that level.
Okay. National conformity, police force that is conformal to the national this thing,
That,
outlook, isn't it?
that,
So
that's it.
okay, sounds good. Which one is next then?
I think that's the last one. To That's the last one that I
And
think of.
okay,
The other ones, I have to open the constitution itself to bring it up, because I came about with the number of ministry that Nigeria needs. You know, number of ministry
okay,
that the federal government will need, number of ministry that regional government need, number of ministry that will be in the local government, so that like we have today now, president will just come and create different ministries, have ministers. Nobody is really. You get my point. There's no power control. You should have something in the constitution that people should follow. You get it,
yeah,
so that don't waste the resources, and somebody come with another agenda to say, okay, I want to have a ministry. For example, I removed Ministry of Women Affairs completely in this constitution. And people will say, why do you Ministry of Women's Affairs? We don't need it. You get my point?
Hey,
All the
why
other,
do you think we don't need it?
all
That's a
the other-
controversial statement.
it is be controversial to some people that are benefiting from Ministry of Women Affairs. Now, all other ministries in the country are created for both men and women, because we are all equal. The difference between a man and a woman is that procreation aspect of the woman, that you can give birth to the young ones. But that has been taken care of in the Ministry of Health. You go to the Ministry of Health, there's a department for maternity. So the difference between us, between men and women, have been taken care of at the Ministry of Health. So if you now say you are creating Minister of Women Affairs now, to do what for them? You want to give them special education? Minister of Education is there to give us education to both men and women. Or do you have a institution where Minister of Education is taking care of only men? They are giving both of us education. Minister of Health, they are taking care of both men and women. Minister of Water Resources, they are giving water to everybody. Minister of Environment. So the creation, the Minister of Women Affairs is just a waste of resources. Some people are just benefiting from there to say rural women. Don't we have rural men? That is why I'm talking of. That's why I say that let's have a strong local government that will cater for rural people. So the rural
I think you
people are
have a point there. You have a point there.
you can see that those men will just carry big gele up and down and say they are minister for women affairs. What are they really doing? Nothing. Because your job has been covered by another ministry. Like I said, the difference between the two of us is the procreation aspect, which the maternity center, the maternity department, the Ministry of Health are taken care of. So let us all work together. We are the same. In the military today, we have both men and women. You know, in the police, we have so in all phases of our life, we have both men and women working there and serving the government. So why do we need special ministry for women? So those are some of the things too that I have to address. And in order to save our resources, we don't need to spend so much money in duplicating, ministries and government institutions. Like in the regional now, I say just 12 ministries. In the federal government, 17 ministries. And the local government too, let me see the number of ministries that I propose there. Because we need to just be local government, just 12 also. So we need to have government institutions that will be out there to do the job. Because if you start duplicating work for different government institutions, we are wasting resources. We're wasting resources. And then at the end of the day, they will not do anything, but the money is gone.
Okay. So we've covered the structure is for parliamentary, 6 regions, local government restructuring.
So parliamentary with no party politics, zero party politics, non-partisan.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
important. With
Yeah,
one federal House of Assembly, not by camera. Up now.
Yeah, one House of Assembly. Yeah. Okay, and 6 regions, which is quite solid, and local government. This thing restructuring to about 500,000 each or 100,000, depending on whatever
Plus,
agreed. Yeah.
plus,
Yeah. FCT becomes federal capital territory, isn't it? City. Okay, and then digital voting. As you can see, this Omolulu loves that digital voting. He thinks it's a game changer. There's also the policing structure, the revenue allocation. That is quite a lot of interesting thing. I think one of the ones I think will calm the election cycles down if you can get it through is this apolitical system one, and then the rotational system of government. That is that because I always felt that was the mistake of this current this thing constitution, that they didn't put inside the constitution that it should be rotational. If they had done it, most of these regional arguments will go away. Because they know it's part of the constitution now. So I really appreciate yours, because that shows you understand quite a lot about the people that you are writing the constitution for.
I served the army for 35 years, and I'm just thankful to God that I joined the army because I'm served in all parts of the country. I know most people's tradition and custom. So with that, I come to realize that if we have a system that, devolve power to local government, because all the places I serve, in the jungle, in the bush, in all those remote areas, what is common there is poverty. It's poverty that is common to everybody. So if you don't address those basic things in the hinterland, we don't be soon ourselves that we have a country.
Okay. So now I think we are going to pivot to security issues within the country, which you are aware of as a citizen. I will try my best to address you as a normal citizen and forget that you are a retired colonel. It doesn't matter now. You are a citizen. So, as somebody, you are in Nigeria, you see what happens. The other day they talked about there was a suicide bombing in Borno State, and and you hear about all the problems you see in the country. The kidnapping, I think they said about 5,000 in 1 year. That is astronomical number. And what is it that because the current government, what is stopping them from actually acting to stop this? Because Nigeria is losing, from the estimates, at the minimum is $10 billion from insecurity, and at the high end $50 billion. So that is an economic investment now. Security investment is an economic investment to stop the bleed of this money. So why are our governments not looking in that direction to say, you know what, let's put this one number one as our economic policy, because we are losing too much from it?
Yes, like yesterday when we were talking about this, you say the issue of security and all those lapses in the security, like you are challenging the ability of the police, all those lapses, all those shortcomings, it's just the reflection of what is happening in the country. All government institutions are dead. In fact, if they are not completely dead, they are just 80% dead. And security institutions too are not left out. The military, the police, is simply because the right system of government is not followed. If we are able to follow the right system, like the one I propose now, where people are well catered for at local government level, I am telling you, 80% of security problem will have been solved. Because if an average person knows that he's going to have something to eat in a day, he's being taken care of, he's going to school without taking of school fees, he's going to hospital without paying hospital bill, all those basic things are there. He will not allow himself to be used by all these criminals or all these leaders who want their nonsense ideology and start telling them to go and carry out suicide bombing, or let's go and destroy some people, or let's go and carry out armed robbery. You see, you will go in there, you will reject all these offers that will bring in unnecessary crisis to the people, because you don't have problem, you have those basic things you need. In a place like all these Scandinavian countries, nowhere and west, if you go to their prisons, they say most of their prisons are just virtually empty, because they provide the basic things for their people. So people don't even care about committing any crime.
Okay, let me show you
So if you
this
are
thing.
to do the same thing in Nigeria, not like what Bumi said last night, that the two supposed to work simultaneously. As you are providing, spending more on security, spend more too on welfare. And you can only spend more there if local government are viable. So let's strengthen our local government to be able to provide those welfare services to the people. Local government are the ones that are in the hinterland, in all this jungle where these people are breeding from. So if they are local government are able to cater for their areas, they will fish out all these guys in the bush, with their own little vigilante group that they are set up, because they have the resources to set up vigilante, and they will be able to comb all their areas. They will give the police and the military some problems, because the military and the police cannot be posted to everywhere in the country. The country is large. By the time you are talking of having military all over the country, you need more than 1 million or 2 million personnel, so that you're able to have boots in all the parts of the country. But if local governments are okay, they will have their own vigilante that will protect their area. All these crisis, security problem will reduce, because they'll be able to fish out.
You notice why I smile when you said, if you want to have security personnel all over the country, you would need 1 million to 2 million. I smile because that's the solution I've been calling for. And why is it that, you see, the thing is, why is it that we are not looking into it and say we should do that? Because Egypt has 1.3 million soldiers, and Sri Lanka alone, small country, if we go at the scale of Sri Lanka by their population, we should have 4 million. If they can afford it, that population can afford that number of security forces. Why can't we?
You see, like I said, if you want to have up to 2 million soldiers now, you spend so much money to get that done. That money you're going to spend to provide 2 million, why don't you channel it to welfare aspect and see whether local government will not be able to provide those local security in their area, and then we don't need to have large number of soldiers that will be spread all over the country. They will just be a strategic point where they can easily be accessed, but not to be all over, because it's not possible to have them all over. But we have local government with enough resources, that money that you want to use to provide 2 million soldiers, use it to improve the welfare aspect of the people and let local government be functional. Then the local government will have their vigilante that will they provide the necessary security within their local area. If they are now overwhelmed, the military who are very close or not too close, or the police who are not too, can now go there immediately to provide the final respite. That's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah.
So, Colin, let me just share this video of the current government when they went to Chatham House to announce their security posture. So it was former governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai, that was presenting on behalf of the president. So you can hear what they said and what they are actually doing. Let me just do that.
State actors and the doctrine, the training, the numbers must change. And the Bola Tinubu administration already has a blueprint which is embedded in our action plan to address this. We'll scale up the numbers of the armed forces. We'll ramp up not only the numbers, but the training and equipment. In Nigeria, in 1967, the total size of the Nigerian army was only 10,000. Because of the civil war, within a year, we ramped it up to 250,000. So it can be done. And what we are facing in Nigeria today, banditry, terrorism, separatism, and oil theft, requires a new approach towards security, enhancing the numbers, providing enhanced technology, and collaborating with the rest of the world to ensure that our country is not only internally safe, but not a threat to our neighbors. Thirdly, the issue of proliferation of small arms. Following the collapse of Libya due to no fault of ours, will have to be addressed through collaboration with countries like Mali, Niger, Sudan, and Chad, and so on and so forth. This we have already started, but this will be deepened and broadened under the leadership of a new security team under the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration.
Go on too long. So as you can see, they too diagnosed the problem. All the presidential candidates, all of them, said they will ramp up the size of the military. But when they get into office, they don't do anything.
Those are just political statements. Like I said, the the solution to that is that money they want to use to ramp up the size of the military. Divert it to the people. Let people's welfare be improved. Then these guys will not have enough men to recruit for their banditry and for this unnecessary what do you call it, suicide bombing and the rest. But they are the ones sitting on the chunk of the resources. They are just using the military now to say they want to wrap up the military. The money, the billions they are taking away, let them release it to the local government to provide for the basic amenities of the people. And if people are okay, they will be the ones that will be reporting all these bandits that are hiding in the bush. You get the point? So those are just political statements that will
Do
bring any
you have
solution.
examples of this where people are okay and their security posture is lower than ours and they have good security, like just because they are okay? They like the UK now. They give the people a lot of benefits. People are very relatively okay here, but their
Yeah.
security posture is one of the highest still. Like London is the most CCTV city in the world. Like they
Good.
said, you can't walk if you, but yet they give the people all that benefits. So what do you think that is implying?
Like I said now, those out of every 12, they say that we want to do that. No matter how some people are catered for, that evil, evil change in them will still come out. So if we are able to provide the basic things for the people. At least, like I said, 80% of the security problem will be solved. We will still have some, what do you call them? Those idiots that will still be out there to provide insecurity. But majority of them will become good guys. You get it? So that can now be easily, countered by the military and the police. But the way we have that, we have millions that are out there that are ready to cause problems because of lack of it's giving the military problem and the police.
That's
Let
that. I
them
think you have a point. But personally, I believe that we have to get to other nations' levels of security posture because we can see the result from theirs.
No, I'm
That
not
they
saying that. Like you are saying, yes, we have improved the number in the military. Now it's going to 200, 300,000. We have to do that. But has it solved the problem completely? If we don't, if the other part of welfare, where the government is not well catered for, we will still be spending billions, spending trillions to improve the military, and the prices will still be there. So let's look the other
okay.
side too. That
Let me
is
bring our lady in here. Oh, okay. You're not ready. You're not ready yet. She's busy. When you're ready, I will bring you on. Yeah. If you want to ask question, if you can just raise your hand, then I'll bring you on. But you see, for me, when I see our women farmers, yesterday I saw a video of cows coming to eat farms. All these problems we see all over the country. And many of us that are overseas, we worry about coming back to Nigeria because we worry that we don't want to turn to one of the 5,000 kidnapped victims. And all these things is a big problem for me. And because I look at all our societies, all the black nations, we are the same. Our security posture is very low, and it's making us look like we are not ready to defend our own people. And the reason I'm just saying this is my own opinion. This is not trying to impose it on anybody or you or anything. My own analysis for what I found is that other people, their ratio is like 1 soldier to 150. Some of them, Eritrea is like 1 soldier to 20 something. Israel, high security posture. England, Switzerland, all of them, even the US. A US that has the best technology in the world in terms of warfare, security. Yeah, they have over 2 million in their military. So I just feel like, how is it that we, the leading black nation on earth, position themselves in such a way? Because it's not only about national security, it's also about our strategic interest, like in West Africa, where we can do trade and enrich our nation further. But because our security posture is so weak, our companies don't have enough influence to go overseas and project our national interest, because that's what companies do. When Shell comes here, they project the interest of the UK, of the Western nations, and they come and make money from us. But because they have the clout, the muscle to do that, but we don't have the clout to support our companies to expand all over West Africa. The French are controlling our interests. I just feel like we need to get ourselves out of where we are. We are the only race in the world as black people that don't have any nuclear umbrella, that don't have any strong security force. Is there any black nation that that has a strong security force that can even match only Israel? Only Israel. Not one black nation can stand in front of Israel and say, "Hey, we are going to take you on and we'll survive it." Not one. And we are about 1.4 billion in the world, and we cannot stand in front of a nation about, at most, all over the world, 14 million. So you see where my own point of view is coming from is deeper. I worry that our own existence is also under threat because Nigeria is weak. Nigeria's security posture is so small, and our women are getting kidnapped. Our children are getting kidnapped. men, soldiers, we are losing them every day, and we are losing money on top of it. Our houses, they have a burglary proof everywhere. We live in estates. We have vigilantes. We put all kinds of other things that we are spending, just like we buy generators. But when it comes to securing our nation, we say let's leave that one aside. Is it because we just don't value security as much? Because there was something Lord Lugard said about us, though. He said we don't have apprehension for the future. I don't know if you understand what he was saying there, that we don't have any apprehension for the future. So let me see whether I can get that page out so that maybe you can tell me what he was trying to say there. Not that we want to listen to necessarily Lord Lugard today. Yeah, that was, for me, that was an interesting statement, because he wasn't saying it for our own interest. He was reporting to the British about us, not necessarily trying to make us look good in any way. Omo Lulu, if you want to come back in, you can come back in. Hey, I can see you there. Thank you for your donation, and yeah, I appreciate you, AY, for the donation and acknowledgement, because I thought we should bring him on, and then Colonel Adeniyi has really shared very radical ideas here. But the one regarding the rotational system is genius, actually, because from the national level to the local level, he wants a rotational system of government. I really hope Nigerian politicians listen to him, if only on that one alone, because it's going to stabilize the system heavily in terms of governance anyway. It's going to help a lot. The non-partisan politics, that one is either going to be a genius, or people are going to be like, what is this? How is that possible? We have to have manifestos. But he said that this is the civil servants and town planners and all those who can manage those things. So I guess there's so many topics that he covered. So I don't know. Welcome, Ify. Do you have like any comment or questions?
Hi, guys. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
How are you? Emeka, good evening. Adeniyi, sorry. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
I think you were you on the show earlier yesterday? Was it yesterday that you were on the show?
Yes, yesterday night.
Oh, okay. I think I listened to you briefly before I went out. I mean, that was very interesting what you said. Like forefather said, honestly speaking, I am so much worried about my country. I don't even know where we are heading to. I don't even think we are moving forward. I think we are moving 100 years backwards. Honestly, instead of we are 63 or 64 years, I think we are in 1930. In 1930s is even good. I don't even know what year I can use to tell you that this is where Nigeria is. We don't have anything. Nothing is moving in that country. Can you tell me anything that you can say that we are doing right, or anything that you can say that is moving, or is some sort of encouragement to my citizens? Because to me, I don't know of anything I can say that, I can tell you as a citizen of Nigeria that I'm so much proud of. I can't think of anything. Adeniyi.
Nollywood.
Of course, nothing.
About that.
Afrobeat.
We talk about something serious.
Just like you are saying now, there's nothing. And it is so pathetic that the people who fought, Nadeko, that drove the military away, they are now the active participants now. But nothing to show. They are just exploiting the loopholes and the shortcomings in the constitution to their own benefit and to the detriment of the country. So that's why I took it over myself to come up with a constitution that will meet all our diversity and then move the country forward. But if you continue with this 1999 constitution and looking for the right leader every day, there is no right leader. Everybody that comes into, because you have spent money to get in, you want to recoup your money, and that's where corruption starts. So, but the moment you have a situation where you don't spend kobo, that moral justification for you to go and be recouping money or to steal money will not be there. So and people can now, face you. The constitution will be there to limit your excessive your power, because this absolute power that national constitution are given to all these elected officials is what is destroying the country. Look at the governor of Kogi State now. To go for trial now is running up and down. He's hiding under another person's immunity to stay away from justice. So Nigeria can't continue like this. And the individuals are just making a lot of money and to the detriment of the growth of the country. So you are right. Nothing that can be proud of now in Nigeria. But unless we change the system, so that's just it.
Yeah.
How? You know, like I keep saying it here, is that, when we talk about independence for 63, 64 years, we cannot have anything. We don't have anything to show for it, saying that, okay, we got our independence and this is what we have. Nothing. In electricity, we don't have electricity. The other day, I think 2 days ago, they were talking about national grid. Although, can you just imagine? In a country of 200 million people, we don't have anything. Forget about pipe-borne water. Everybody's digging a borehole. We don't even know the after effect of this digging borehole. Yes, we're enjoying, but we don't know, because I believe that there is after effect after a long time. There is no house. Maybe by the time you go from one compound to another, maybe 2, 3, you will see a borehole. All these things will cause a disaster, as time goes on. Do we have?
You just brought out the point of water now, but this is the job for local government in any part of the world. But today, local governments are dead. So if we're able to have a system that strengthens our local government institutions, the people will go and lay siege the local government that we don't have water. Come and give us water. If they don't do, they know. Those are some of the things we need to do so that people will be held responsible for their duties. But if we are thinking of federal government, it's not the job of federal government to develop the country. It's the local government that will develop their area. And if local government A is developed, local government B will be developed, local government C will be developed, the whole country will be developed. Then we will be happy to be proud of Nigeria. But the way it is, we are not going anywhere. We have an emperor at the state level that will block all the avenue for development for their own interest, and then we'll just be crying. And so the only thing we need to create this awareness of new system of government, for the people, so that by 2027, like I put in my constitution and something I proposed to them, they should start putting things in place now before that time, so that by 2027, when they finish their mandate, because that's what they say, they have mandate for 4 years. Finish your mandate by 2027. Let's start afresh a new system of government where local government will be held responsible for service delivery, not the federal government.
We used
and the
to
local
have.
government should be.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
say?
I said when we used to have local government chairmen, I mean,
Yes.
things used to work, I would say a little bit, because I'm always interested then, when the election is coming up. You can see things, being done then. I don't know what happened that suddenly there is no more local government chairman election. It's just like an authoritative system of government.
That's
Where
it.
the governor,
Yes.
yeah,
Mhm.
where the governor will
So,
make all the decisions. It just
mhm.
doesn't make no sense. Then how can ordinary masses, reach out to their leaders? Because I believe if they have, like here, they have counties.
Yeah,
I
county. Yeah.
forefathers, I don't know if you remember, I think I told a story about my neighborhood. I was coming back, we have a very big pothole, right?
Yeah.
As a Nigerian, and I'm used to suffering, so it's none of my business. That's a usual thing. So I came back, and my neighbor came to me and said, "Hey, Ify, do you see that big pothole over there?" I'm like in my head, "Okay, leave me alone, man. They go, I beg. This is usual thing for Nigeria. Why are you disturbing?" Because we're used to suffering. He said, "Oh, tomorrow I'm gonna call the county. They need to come and fix it because that's gonna damage somebody's time." Let me
Yeah.
tell you something. It's not up to 3 days. They came and fixed it.
That's how it's supposed to be. So
They
that
came.
you hold your local government responsible for basic
Yes, they came
service,
and fixed
basic
it.
services.
So
But
I
yeah,
don't I don't understand what happened. Now we have mafians as leaders. You know, somebody threatening somebody. Look at Wike. I mean, it's like a mini god. Is it Fayoshe or somebody that I heard him talking about praising Wike? If you want to fight Wike, you cannot win the battle, and this and that, and people are clapping. I say, how did we even get here? This is somebody that he was just appointed. He was not elected by people. And at the same time, you are threatening a sitting senator elected by people. And nobody's saying anything. Not even one person came out to challenge him. In the National Assembly, nobody came out to say, hey, this is wrong. You can't do this. Is a democrat. Well, this is not a democratic government anyway. This is honestly to me, this is a authoritative system of government. We don't have a
you're right. What is happening in Nigeria is not democracy at all. It's not democracy.
It's really scary. Sorry, it's really scary how the National Assembly they tend to speak with one voice. It's like there's no party. That is strange. You should be expecting that massive opposition from the opposition parties, but you don't see that. They're like walking in sync. It's unbelievable, really.
That's why I told you that we don't need political parties again. We just pick the what do you call them, the politicians against the civil servants, against labor. The civil servants are there to do the job. The politicians are there to check them, not to take over their job. So they will be the one to checkmate each other. If you are not doing your job, the politicians tell you. If politicians are coming to take over the job of workers, the workers say, no, you cannot take over our job. It's our job to do this thing, make the resources available. That is how it's supposed to be. But if you allow the politicians to just come, take over the job, they use it for their own interest. And nobody can query them because they spent money to enter. So they want to recoup their money. So we need those are there. So those you people in diaspora, if you want to talk about Nigeria, talk about changing the system. We are not going to fight anybody, but they should be courageous enough to just leave, to abandon this current system we have. This is 25 years of democracy now. What have we gained? Nothing. We are retrogressing. There's no growth. So they say it's only a fool that will do the same thing the same way and be expecting different results. You see, we are doing this thing the same way 25 years and we want different results automatically. No, like magic. It can't work. It can't work. So we need to start doing things differently. And when we know our mistake, let's start correcting it and address the shortcomings.
Let me highlight one of your key ideas because that idea is quite radical. And I personally, I've always said that we should think outside the box.
That's it. We start thinking outside the box.
But this one, this is what I'm still trying to get my head around it. So I don't know whether any of you heard about it. Yeah, I wanted to ask you now, AY. I know you are going to ask him your question. Like he's suggesting that there should not be a partisan politics. That even when you are running, you shouldn't necessarily have any like manifesto kind of approach. It's like you are just there to represent the people on what the civil servants are doing. So that is kind of system is proposing on a kind of in terms of party politics, or there's no non-party politics, in other words. So I find that very, very fascinating. I don't know, Cornel, if you have any, of any nation that has done this before. It would be helpful to have something to compare it with.
Okay, like in US, for example, they have somebody that can come as an independent candidate without any political parties. So that to tell you that politics can be practiced in two ways: partisan and non-partisan. If we don't have any country practicing non-partisan politics, it doesn't mean that we cannot do non-partisan, because partisan has not worked for us since independence. It has not worked. I gave you an example how partisan politics have divided the country, have caused crisis, destruction, people killing themselves, destroying properties. That's party politics for you, because everybody wants their parties to be in power. But if it is an individual change that, election is done, you are voted for, you are not voted for, you sit down, the person who is voted for, go out there to represent your wards or your local government. If he gets there, you don't have anything to go and tell them new. You don't have anything new to tell them. about say you have agenda of manifesto. No, the local government, the government workers have all these programs arranged already. Just go and key into their work and ensure that they are doing their job. You have to oversee them to ensure that they provide those basic services to the people. Don't go there to say you have your own agenda. Which agenda you have? Your agenda is a personal, selfish agenda. That's what will be deceiving us with agenda since 1999. As the any agenda work?
that word is
None of that has
surprising
worked.
me.
They see people's agenda. Hey, my party agenda, my this is rubbish. It's just scam. Go in and key into the agenda of the civil servant there, in the constitution. Go and uphold the constitution. The constitution have said provide the welfare and security for people. Go and key into the welfare arrangement that the constitution have put there for us. Don't bring any nonsense agenda from your village to come and steal all our money and say you're doing agenda. That is the way it is. I did a lot of work to look at this thing, to know the essence of government. The essence of government is to provide two basic things, security and welfare. And they have established institutions to provide these two basic things. So you that you are coming from your village to say you are representing people, you are now bringing another way of running a government. It's absurd. Just keep in into what is on the ground, and their job is to, they are civil servants, call them civil servants. Their job is to provide services to the people. Don't go there and ensure that they are providing the services. So don't come with any agenda. We have to really understand what government is all about. That's it.
Thank
So it's
you.
not a radical thing. It's just the true thing to prevent people from stealing our money in the name of agenda.
Okay, AY, you can go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Adeniyi. Evening, everyone. If are you in the presidential villa?
I'm not hearing you.
Evening, Mr. Adeniyi. Can you hear me now?
AY,
Yeah.
you can go ahead.
Yeah. So, Father, first of all, I've been preaching most of these things Mr. Adeniyi is talking about. For some reason, you've not given me some accolades. I know you don't want to give me accolades. It's okay, no problem.
No. I you know what? Maybe you are right. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. The thing is, Mr. Adeniyi have done a very good job on that document he has put together. Even if it's 10% of the document that is good, that is a very, very good thing. That's a starting point. Here, we have, I believe, for the most part of that document is so good. Here is our struggle as Nigeria. The so-called leaders, they don't have foresight. They are not interested in the growth of the country. That is the first pain. People don't understand this pain. If you love Nigeria, you really want Nigeria to move forward. Join forces with this type of development. This is what's supposed to be the job of the member of Rep, as of Rep, a member of the Senate. They not taking along this line. If they are thinking right, like I usually say this, we have a problem. We want to solve that problem. We need to look at the problem. We tailor the solution. We have a domestic solution for that.
Just 1 minute. Let me get my.
Understanding Nigeria is one part of solving that problem. Because Mr. Adeniyi was able to understand Nigeria, he walked around, he was everywhere, he understands the thinking of the people. So, if I don't know who can talk to this rep member, these senators, the greed of the president, I always say it, you argue with me that Nigeria president is like a real military dictator. The power is too much. So when they get to office, when they get to office, they don't want to relinquish this power. They don't want to release it. You need that person that is selfless, that will say, you know what, I want this country to work. Devolve power to the local government, devolve power to the state. Nigeria needs restructuring, but how you want to restructure it, people need to really discuss it. Is it creating more regions? Is it giving more power to the state, down to local government? Nigeria need to think about this, because the way Nigeria is structured, Nigeria will not move forward. It will not develop. This is not issue like, we need to really look at this issue from the law for the country. We want the country to move, because the population is blowing up. The children, they are going to suffer. They don't understand all this issue. We have leaders that are thinking of 2027 election. The real leaders, they're thinking of the next century. They're thinking of 50 years. They're thinking of 30 years. That is what they are thinking. How do we move this country forward? But the way it is now, if you listen to senators, they're not discussing nothing. Just like you rightly said, PDP, APC, Labour Party, all the PPP, whatever, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Kanuri, Ijo, all of them, once they get there, they forget their differences. Christian, Muslims, traditional worshiper, they will be singing the same song. That is why you don't see them quarrel. The only time you see quarrel in that Senate, in that rep, there is money that was shared that was not properly shared. Some people are not.
Oh God.
I'm serious.
That is so correct,
I'm telling
It's not,
you
that's the only time I've really seen some fights.
That is why you see where people come distracting us with tribal those nonsense. I get really pissed off, because I feel they don't understand the issues. Politicians taking advantage of all this stuff. If they're not taking of the country is gonna sink completely. So they need to really think. If they are thinking, they will look for the ministers. Everybody needs to needs to be on deck to move this country forward. Like this thing Mr. Adeniyi is doing right now, those that come to this panel that say, oh, we need to work together, that document, we need to look at it. Everybody will contribute. We don't mind contributing money, get a lawyer to get it ready, send it from diaspora. This document belongs to, hey, this is our input to the development of Nigeria. If you have senator, if you have rep member, speaker that is thinking, he's going to actually look at this. Oh, it can pass through so many committees to get through if they are really ready to work. Because the other thing is, if you really want to get that solution, you got to keep all this, the issue of greed, just for this thing to benefit me. Because we're looking at the future. If you don't have it, we're not going nowhere. This is just my whole thinking. We're not going nowhere. So, Mr. Adeniyi, you've done good job. To be honest, yesterday I was very surprised. Like, oh, we still have great people like you. Yes, we still have good people in Nigeria. We still have good military men, ex-military men. Even in terms of security, that proposal he's giving is gonna be very good for security at the local government level. If you leave security at the local government level, for an outsider to come, they want to come and kidnap, they want to come and rob, they want to come and exploit the mineral resources. It's gonna be very difficult. The people are gonna like, wait, who are you? Because they know themselves. This power, they must devolve power to that local government. Let Nigeria develop. What is going on? Nothing is developing. Some of these governors, you know what they do? The few of them that will tell you they are working, they just do 1-2 roads in the state, in the capital city. If you go to other local government, you will see nothing. Majority of them, that's what they do. They just put some project in the capital. Oh, I did this road. They do nothing. They are not genuine. It's 10% of Nigeria governors that are genuine, looking at, okay, let me work for the people. It's so painful. They don't understand the consequences of what they are doing. Stealing all the money is not going to help us in the future at all. The suffering we are suffering today, we had opportunity to develop our economy. We have opportunity to build massive infrastructure. We have, but none of them was done. That is the struggle today. The major roads in Nigeria today, Baba, last time I wanted to travel is because one of the major reasons I refused to travel. The road, that road is dead. Major road in Nigeria, there are a lot of roads that are dead. They are not even standard road in the first place. It's not like, just imagine an express that is just one way, cars are going forth and back. With all the oil windfall in the 90s, with the oil resources, with the oil, crude oil, the money we made from crude oil for many, many years, the trade system is still struggling. We don't have it all over the country. The one Buhari was building, just patchy here and there. These are all issues. Hospitals, if the poor man cannot access good hospital in Nigeria, it's only the rich that go to this expensive private hospital. Poor men, they can't even register in those hospitals. I'm telling you, the poor people. So the issues are a lot. We need to understand this. We need to build this country. The politicians are not ready. There is one very special thing Mr. Adeniyi said. These politicians, they have their struggle. They have their struggle. Here is some of their struggle. Before election, some of them borrow money to spend. The people are coming to them. My leader, my son is sick. My leader, my daughter want to enroll in school. My leader, we don't have this. This is what is going on. During election, they give money to talks. They spend money, give it to people to buy vote. In the end, a senator will tell you how much he spent to get to that position. When they get there, they're looking for that money by fire, by force. They want to get that money back to. So these are also part of the problem. So this proposal Mr. Adeniyi is proposing, to be honest, that is a very good starting point where we can really we really want to develop the country at that level, that so that at least let Nigeria live like normal human beings. Because Nigeria, majority of Nigeria, they are in hellfire on earth, but some of them don't even know it. It's hell, it's hell, because you see some of them, they don't enjoy nothing, even the food. They can't eat good meal. This is a problem. It's tough for them. It's tough for people. Of course, the insecurity, the crime, that's why you see all this stuff. People are struggling. Even the working class in Nigeria, the salary they pay these people is not up to a living wage. And mind you, majority of the people, they don't have jobs. They are not working. So these are all issues. We need a leader. We need a president, whatever you may call it, that will actually look at this issue and really looking for genuine solutions. The politicians we have, they don't look for genuine solutions. They are not interested. It's more like, whatever, go and sit down. You heard when the president was telling people that, we will train more people and send to abroad to go and work. How will you call that a president if that is what he's thinking? So I just hope one day we're gonna really get to this point where we will really think of the country, how to move this country forward. But Nigeria needs to be restructured very fast. Let who want to develop. If you leave resources in the hands of local government, out of I think we have now there are something local government, Abisawa or something. At least maybe half of them will start doing something good for their people. Let that be a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Omolulu shared a page. You want me to open the page, Omolulu?
Yes, you can open it.
So what is it you want to share here?
Yes, you can see from the page is about what one of the speakers said. That's Colonel Adeniyi, about the independent candidates. You asked him if he has known any country that is practicing it already. South Africa is one of the countries that is already doing this.
in the sense that a candidate will come, a candidate will contest for a post without being aligned to a political party, and of which is working. They are not complaining, is going well with them. And another thing that he also said about this government of national unity, there is always a first time in everything. What he said is new to most of us, but we have to give it a try if for that country to work. Because you see that, okay, like South Africa, they just had their election, and that election, the ANC, which is the party that has been in government for up to 30 years, they lost the majority vote. They had to merge with opposition party. And the thing is helping, like it's helping, honestly speaking, because like the country has been going through load shedding for years now, but all of a sudden, as they merge, up to I think like a month or more than a month now, like the load shedding thing has stopped, and the ministers that they appointed, in fact, their system is totally different from Nigeria. Like the time that I was in South Africa, like I never heard of like a politician coming up saying that is going to build road or build hospital or build this, or you will never heard that. It's like it's not part, you will never. You see, like those is from is the what's it called? The local government that are doing those things, municipalities. There they have municipalities, not like the next federal government or whatever. No, they have that system of government, but like their democracy is different from what we have in Nigeria. You understand? So like you won't like see politicians come and be just like be boasting that is the one that constructed these kilometers of road or is going to build schools or hospital. No, works will be going. You won't hear anything from politicians. So that their government, their system is different. As in, honestly speaking, so like the moment I heard what this colonel said, like his proposal, as in I buy to it, I bought it immediately. Even like in South Africa, you see, like from what the colonel said about the digital voting or whatever, they are also doing it already. Because during the election, there are so many South Africans in diaspora that voted. Like they were given days to start voting, those were in diaspora before the main election. So you see that is something that Nigeria needs to close, like show a blind eye and take a drastic decision. Something that's maybe like is new to them. We have been doing things in the same way for years, and of which it has not been working. I think it's not a bad idea to deviate from that, just do the alternative. And what he proposed is perfect. It will even make politics or politics to be non-interesting, in the sense that when you are going for a minister, you are going for a house of rep, whatever, knowing fully well that the structure is already in place. If you go there to be famous, for the fact the structure is in place already, it won't like that means you won't be enticed or interested in going there because the structure is there. He made mention of like another thing that he made mention that is so interesting is like when he says something like building roads, bridges, and pipeline water and other things. You see, like if you go to maybe like a Ministry of Housing, let's say State Ministry of Housing, each cities or like each maybe like layouts or whatever, if like government lay out a place, they have put map for the roads, hospitals, like where schools and markets and every other thing that will be in that layout. I never knew there is something that I got back home, but before then I got to know that the place is laid out already, that you see the number of like how the place is, plots, commercial center, where they will have hospitals, roads, and everything. Okay, imagine like since I have seen such a place, if a politician come tomorrow and say that he's going to build a hospital here, I'll be like, who are you deceiving? Because the thing is already in place already. You cannot come and tell me that you're going to build a road here, whereas from the blueprint, from the layout, for in the local government, what's it called, in the Ministry of Housing, that's the Ministry of Housing, that there is a road here already. There is one already. You understand? So you see that everything should start from that local government, because, but I know that these politicians, they will never buy to this. They will do everything to shatter such plan, because they know that they will not benefit from it. So, like, is what's like, I don't know if it's a constitution or whatever, I don't know where he's reading it from, but it's something that needs to be publicized, like, make it known for everyone to see, even if it's let it be free online, that this is what this man said, so that those people, like the masses, they can now go after your person. Okay, this is go and debate this, go and debate this. At least it will be opportunity for this legislative House of Rep or senators, at least for them to have a copy or see this thing. This is what they should be talking of. At least how to decentralize that country, not to
Can I
centralize.
ask like a question though? And I'm going to ask the question to the colonel. And also, if you have a question, you can also place it to him. Now, the question is, we have had this political dispensation since 1999 to 2024, which is almost 25 years, and is the only continuous system or dispensation we've had in Nigeria without any interruption of coups or any other issues. And is it not something we should be concerned about, that if we are to change the system, we change it too dramatically, there is always that risk that there could be interruption because we've now shifted again. Maybe there is something about this system that preserves continuity. Is it not that we should look for a way to reform it than totally, overhaul the system?
Well, I like that question, but I will just put it back to you that, is there any continuity since 1999? Do you have any continuity as per government growth, as per the country growing since 1999? The continuity we are having is retrogression. You see, each party be coming to power to come up with their own agenda, and when they leave, another party come again with another agenda, another party comes. So when they leave, that agenda has stopped there. Another one comes, another agenda. So that's why I'm saying that we don't need this agenda from parties. Politics, democracy, it has to do with people knowing what the government is doing. They want to be part of the government, and that's why they vote for representative, to be part of the civil servants that are in government, to ensure that the civil servants are giving them necessary services, and that will give them the dividends of democracy. So the agenda is already with the government workers. They are already with the civil servants. They know where the hospital should be. They know where road should be. They know where the bridge should be. They know everything. You don't go in there and key into the agenda and ensure that. So that's where we can have the continuity. But the one we have now, the presidential system we have now, there's no continuity. Because each government, each president has been coming with their own agenda, and when they go, the agenda dies there. Another one comes again, start another agenda. When he goes, the agenda dies. The same thing with governors. So a lot of them, there's no continuity in government since 1999. You have to agree with me with that. So that's why I propose a system that will really bring this continuity you are talking about. And when you talk of continuity, it is those who have been working for government for 35 years that can really give us the continuity we are talking about. Not somebody that will come for 4 years or for 8 years. That person is coming for his own personal agenda. You get the point? So that's just the reason why I come up with that.
Forefather, what Mr. Adeniyi is saying, right? So in developed country, what you see is like the civil service. you have the permanent secretary. Usually, this permanent secretary, they are usually like the supervisor. In fact, they put their best in the civil service. So the minister, wherever, is only coming to just oversee what is going on.
That is it.
Even what he say, even without the minister, the work
government will be working.
it will be working. So, but you don't have that. When you
In
give
Nigeria,
us
we don't
the
have it.
politician, they come, even the minister, they act here as dictators. They want to override everybody. They want to change things, do things at their. No, you don't run a country like that.
You don't
have
run it like
to have
that.
a master plan that you are running for years. You have people, the civil service that are really good, even like technocrats at any level. They will be there monitoring what is going on, getting this thing done. So the minister will only come to kind of supervise, overlook what is okay, what are you guys doing. That is what exactly, that is how government is supposed to run. But today, our civil servant is redundant. They do nothing. Most of these people go there to break their melon and go home, talk and go home. They doing nothing. I have people.
So does Nigeria not have a master plan, like the structure that they intend to execute, that the civil servants can work on?
I don't believe it. I think we have Nigeria need a complete overhaul of the system. The system we currently have is stagnant. It's not working. People mentality is just to loot. They're not interested in the development of the country. They don't understand the implication of this stuff. They need proper training, restructuring, proper training, really like have program that will really educate the people. You know, the need for development of the country. People are not getting it. People want to just loot money. Where is the money? Loot money, do what they like, and they just go away. So that is what is going on. So it's even Obasanjo was complaining of the civil servant at some point now after he left power. They are so corrupt, like it's so bad. So all that system need overhaul. The Nigeria system need total overhaul. They need to look at this stuff. If you get the politician involved.
Okay, go ahead.
You see what you just said now when you mentioned Obasanjo, it now brings back the whole idea. Obasanjo was elected to come and oversee the civil service as the president, as the man representing the people. But what did he do? If they are not working, if they are redundant, what are you supposed to do at that level? You're supposed to make them work. That's where leadership comes in. The ability to make people do what they do want to do is leadership. So when he got there and realized that civil servants are not working, they are corrupt, what did he do to check them? Nothing. He just joined them in the corruption. He made his own. He sold all the government assets, houses here and there in Abuja and everywhere. He privatized everything and left with Atiku. So that is not the essence of government. That is not democracy. You go to, we all talk about Singapore. Singapore some years back, was a shanty town. But what did they do? They rebuilt the whole place. They started from the scratch. The proper town planning and everything. Today now in Singapore, more than the 95% of houses in Singapore were built by government. And what did they do with that? They gave it to the people. People are now paying for their houses in installment, so that people will not be homeless. If you don't have any work, at least you are given house to stay. But you have your work, from what you are getting, you pay back to the government, on installment. We are not doing that in Nigeria. Only these people get money and build mansion for themselves. There is no government house in Nigeria. So that's why I said local government now should be made to be viable, so that they provide all these things, build houses for people, give them hospital, give them schools, do the road, water, agriculture is their work. They are the ones to provide for the people, not state government, not federal government. But today now we have killed local government institutions, and the governor at the state level, the emperor himself, will just come do 1 or 2 roads. They will be making noise. Hey, Wike is working. Hey, this one is working. This one. Is it your personal money you are using to do the road? It's not people's money. It's not your job to do the road. Let the Minister of Works do their road. They know where the road is supposed to be. They know where all these structures are supposed to be. They'll just be there, arrogating unnecessary praise for themselves, and media is there. They have bought the media. The source. So we have to start looking inwards to strengthen our institutions, because those are the institutions that will be there. Politicians will come and go, workers will come and go, but institutions will remain forever. So if you kill the institution, then you have killed the service the institution is supposed to provide to the people.
And I never really asked about one other aspect of your constitution, which is quite interesting that you missed out on or you didn't state yet. Is your national security policy as part of the constitution? There was nothing necessary there. You talked about policing, but not the national security level in terms of doctrine for the nation.
That is for the armed forces to do. The armed forces doctrine is there to defend the territorial integrity of the country. It's not what politicians should dabble into, because they are not the ones that will be there to fight anybody attacking the country. What the politicians should be after is the welfare aspect. Because like I said, if the welfare of the citizens are not well catered for, there will be security problem. So, and that is what is happening today. We have neglected the welfare of the people, and then we are giving problem security issue to the armed forces and the police. So the national security policy is there. The military is maintaining it, but you can see the challenge that they are facing to defend the country, to support the police, in the internal affairs issues if they are overwhelmed. It's already there, and they are doing that, but you can see that they are being overwhelmed also, because 200 million people, virtually 95% of them are poor. They are just on the street. How many armed forces personnel that will be there to check more than 190 million people that are just out there without any form of survival? So it's a challenge to the armed forces and the police, because the politicians have destroyed the institution to provide the welfare to cater for these people. You know what they were talking about, hospitals, local governments are going to provide general hospital where people will go and
Sorry.
Yeah.
You see why I stated that many nations, you find that the people that write their constitution tend to be part of the armed forces. At least when they serve. Some of them have retired, some of them were even still in the armed forces when they did. And hence, when you said that the armed forces will do their own national security, I think a constitution is supposed to encompass everybody. The armed forces cannot be outside the constitution of a country, because that's what it's spread to.
Further, it's already there in the constitution. The job of the armed forces is there in the constitution too. I put it there it's there live in the constitution. The role of the armed forces, the role of the police, the role of what do you call it, custom, and everything is there in the constitution. I highlighted it, but like I told you, the role of the armed forces is just simple: the territorial integrity of the country and support the police in the internal security if they are overwhelmed. So there is no ambiguity about that. You get it. So the armed forces now, the leadership of the armed forces will be the one now that will let the government know where the challenges are. If they need more men, they have to get more resources to recruit more men. They need equipment. The government, the civilians that will approve all the resources to get the equipment, get the weapons, get all those necessary things to fight invaders or to provide security. Yeah, it's already there in the constitution.
If I was the one writing it, I will make it. I will add national service in the armed forces for everybody reaching certain age or graduating from university, like many nations, and a certain cap that the armed forces, security forces, not just armed forces, the security forces should not drop between a certain level, because our nation needs to survive in the current, like Olympics. You can't like if you are going to Olympics to 100 people are training like Usain Bolt, while we are training like this thing, Mama Buka, that just doesn't care about racing. So we have to start realizing that this war, we are in a race for competition, for resources and everything. And that part of it, I think that part of it has been missing from our psyche for a long time. So I will share this information with you so that you see why this is a problem for us. And because if Lord Lugard himself said this, used this term, now you try to interpret what he was trying to say there. He says his thoughts are concentrated on events and feelings of the moment, and he suffers little from the apprehension. Let me repeat, highlight it: apprehension of the future or grief for the past. That he's describing our nature, that we don't fear the future. We don't, in other words, we don't plan for the future. And the reason why this is so powerful for me, because 2 years ago, when we were having our discussion and given all the submissions I heard and all the data that I've come across, I said one of our biggest failings is that we don't have threat assessment. Our ability to do threat assessment is completely broken. That we don't seem to be able to project into the future at all. To hear Lord Lucas say this here, it's like it just blew my mind. Like the same thing I saw is what he saw.
Yes, but let me clear something. If Lord Lugard said this thing some years back, that would be around after 1914, after amalgamation.
Yes.
That means that, Nigeria has not got a government per se under Nigerians. So they were the ones still in power, the British. So if he's saying that, that means that he's only indicting himself, because as at that time there were no Nigerians in government. You just have some few people that time say
No, he
play
was
around
describing
Britain.
to him. He was describing in natives. He was describing us as Nigerians, as black people, to his own people. He's not for this. Is not for us. This is for. He's telling his own people how we are. He said we don't have. That we live for the moment. We don't fear the future, and we don't have apprehension for the future, and we don't suffer grief for the past. For me, that I find that very this thing interesting, because I reached the same conclusion myself, but I call it a different name. Like, we don't do threat assessment of the future. We don't.
Yeah, you are correct, but things are changing now. Things are changing because the advent of Boko Haram, when the Boko Haram came, it changed a lot of perception in the military. That yes, these people caught us unaware, and it took us time to really curtail them the way they are now. So things are changing. The military is thinking ahead. We are planning. We have the foresight now. We studying our environment very well now, and I think
But,
things like this.
Colonel Adeniyi, if we are foreseeing the future, like the way someone like me will see it, I will get 3 million right now and wash the north clean, and maybe go to the Sahel and wash it clean, because it's like we think we are seeing the future, but we are not seeing it enough. You are waiting for the thing to get worse before you respond more. You have the capacity to do it now, and you are leaving the threat to remain. That is what he's saying there, that we don't fear the danger of what we are leaving behind here. And it will get worse, because the other day they had 5 suicide bombing, and the defense chief of defense staff just told us that they were meant to have 15. The others failed. I think it was only 3 that succeeded or so. That's what he said. That concerns me a lot.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. And to be candid, there are a lot of recruitment going on in the army to improve the number. It's not going to be done overnight. It takes months to train civilians to become soldiers. So it's on. It's on. We're training thousands every year now. Thousands have been trained every year.
Adeniyi, let me ask you. I have 2 questions I want to ask you.
Okay.
The first one is the issue of Boko Haram, right?
Yeah.
So, do you think? Because I'm still looking at this stuff like, if we are fighting Boko Haram for over 10 years, I think I will expect AMI to have some level of preparedness when Boko Haram incident started, right? Do you think the reason Boko Haram situation first started today is because of corruption on the part of the military. Like, because I don't want to believe that Boko Haram are more sophisticated than Nigeria military. Because
Yeah.
if you look at it, for example, in terms of intelligence, I think it was a total failure. Like,
Yes.
these people move food around to the forest, to the forest. There is transfer of money across the country from getting into the country or wherever you may say. Equipment, military equipment, weapon, I mean, across the border. It's hard for me to actually accept that the military intelligence were unable to detect when all these activities were going on. Is it that there are people in the military that are conniving with the Boko Haram in terms of financial gain to allow these people to succeed? That's one. That's my first question. The second one, I don't know if you know of the issue of GMO that is going on in Nigeria lately, that is a topic of discussion. Have you heard of that GMO stuff?
That's as per agriculture.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a little bit of conspiracy as regard that GMO stuff. The way I'm looking at it, I might be wrong. Correct me. So the issue of Fulani herdsmen ravaging the whole country, not allow people to go to farm. If it's 100% Fulani herdsmen, that's what I don't know. Basically, the issue of let me just say bandit, not allow people to go to farm from north to south, killing people in the farm, driving people away from the farm. Do you look at this as a deliberate attempt? Like, probably there are people sponsoring this thing to cause food shortage in Nigeria? Because when this issue of the GMO is coming up, I begin to think like it sounds like a plan to me. Like, it's more like, let's get rid of the natural food across the country, and we introduce some other stuff that will probably wipe out the people. I don't usually put this kind of conspiracy together, but from the way it's going, I begin to think along this line on this issue. If you can comment on both of them, that we appreciate. Thank you.
Well, I would just say on the first issue, I will not say much, but I will say something that all of you will accept, because any shortcomings now or inefficiency coming you that you witness in the military today is a reflection of what is happening in the larger society in the country. You talk of corruption, yes. Nigeria military is not isolated; it's part of Nigeria. So the corruption is, India is there in the country, and that's why the military too is part of it, and even the police too. So that alone might affect the efficiency of the military in tackling Boko Haram. Because when you talk of identify, like our doctrine, to go out there to fight a war, we're talking of identifying the enemy first, the location and everything. And in the modern day of fighting now, modern way of fighting now, it involves you using technology. And to get technology involved in this, identifying the areas and the location where the enemy is, you have to spend money. You have to key into the existing satellite that has been established by a developed country. So you have to pay a lot so that they'll be able to give you the exact location of these guys. To me, we didn't really, spend on that much. We didn't really invest in that technology to be able to identify the exact location of these guys. So if you cannot really identify the location, how can you carry out the other, aspect of war fighting? Going there to attack them, to deal with them, to dislodge them, to defeat them. So since from the onset, we have not really paid so much to identify them, to be key to the technology. All the other things will not work perfectly. So that's why I said the issue of corruption and everything cut across the country, and the armed forces is not left out. It's not left out. Good. Then the issue of GMO. Well, from my own perspective, GMO to me is a way of technology being used to provide more food. But some people are looking at it from another aspect that the natural food will be eradicated, and then we are eating food produced by technology. When I was in Europe also, when I travel, I told people I travel around to. There was a time I bought a tangerine from one of the supermarkets. And when I was chewing this tangerine, there was no single seed inside the tangerine. And I was wondering, and it was so sweet, so, in fact, the flavor, the taste was so okay. And you put everything in your mouth, you chew it fine, and you swallow it. So I didn't know about GMO that time. It was now I started realizing. So the tangerine I ate in Europe that time was GMO, produced tangerine, and I so
That is
loved
what
it.
we eat here.
Yes, I so loved it, and it's so beautiful. When you come to Nigeria, you eat tangerine there, you see a lot of seed inside. You won't even enjoy it. You'll be chewing it to be removing seed. So I prefer the GMO food than our own natural food because
I
it
can't
is
believe you.
I just I enjoy it over there. But I don't enjoy tangerine here because it's not even as
Yeah,
sweet as the one I ate there. So what do you,
it
if
look
you are
But
eating food and you don't
sorry.
enjoy it,
How
then
about the fact that we don't control the technology though?
yes, that is what we can key into it. You can buy technology, you can steal technology, see what China has done.
Mm.
China was
Yeah.
behind everybody before, but look at what they did. They did everything possible to acquire the technology. We can do the same thing to acquire the technology to produce this GMO food. It's for our own interest, for our own pleasure. You see, I saw mango that you will block a mango very big, no seed inside. You even use spoon to be scooping it and be eating it. Those are good things for the body. But people will look at it and say somebody want to kill everybody. Yeah, I don't understand. Me, if I see that type of beautiful, good food, I will eat it. I ate it in Europe. I did not die. You
But
people are
you should
eating
be
it there.
careful
Is it
what you
that?
ask for. You should be careful what you ask for. Something that doesn't have seed. If it displaces everything that normally has seed in the ecosystem, what if you cannot go back? Your people will starve to death too. There's no seed.
That is why I said that we should acquire technology so that we can produce it to the way they are producing it over there. And I'm sure they are ready to give us the technology if you do follow the proper way, so that it is for our good. Because the one that has seed, the product is not much. It's not much. It can't even go
never
around.
give us the
Mr.
technology.
Adeniyi, sorry, forefather.
Yes.
So, Mr. Adeniyi, so
Thank you.
you are not thinking along the line of getting rid of the bandit, the criminal that are destroying our farm, killing people, so that Nigeria can go into the farm and produce natural food for the people. You are not thinking along that line.
Why? What I'm taking along is to get enough food for our people. Because the
That would
natural
be
food you are
enough
talking
food
about cannot produce.
without insecurity, without
No, the insecurity, like I said, the insecurity, if we have a viable local government, where local government have control over their bush, their surroundings and everything, insecurity in the hinterland will be catered for. Because they too will have their own, what we call it, vigilante that can give the police or the military quick information that some people are here. All this issue of a cow being reared to eat people's farm, a local government will come up with their ranching. When they see some cows entering their local area, they divert them to the ranch and go and make them to secure them there, and the owners will pay for their care. So we need local government that will function, that will come up with all these solutions. That's the way I look at it. So the cow that they're being reared across the country will stop. When you enter a local government authority will just direct you to their ranch and lock you up there. So you will not go up and down to be eating people's, destroying people's farm. That's the way I look at it. We need to organize ourselves. You see, that's it too.
Okay. Yeah, but
Mr.
I hear what you are
Adeniyi,
saying. Okay,
Mr.
go ahead.
Adeniyi, I want to thank you. You're still here. Man,
Yeah.
you soldiers are very patriotical. You
We
just
don't have
Exactly.
choice.
remind
We don't have
me,
choice. We have a
listen,
country to.
you're
Yeah.
so patriotic. You're still out there, even though it's dead in the night, still
Yeah.
fighting for this country. You just remind me of my uncle,
Okay.
Dr. Antonio Abayomi Ferreira, retired Lieutenant Colonel,
Wow.
former
military, former commander of Benin Military Hospital.
Okay.
He also did an election with Obasanjo during 1999, and in the debate, I never saw it because I was abroad then. My friends told me that of all of them in the debate, he performed real well. But your tenacity and the way you argue your point, and you've been on this thing, I've been in and out, I've missed a few important things, particularly your dialogue with AY and Forefather. I missed a few, but I see that you're still pushing. You're still pushing, and you have great ideas. You have wonderful, great ideas, but the problem is still this. If I'm to deal with anything called Nigeria, I jumped right back in now because you and Forefather just make mention of how Lugard described, and Forefather said he came to that conclusion, and I wanted to jump in and tell Forefather, look, Forefather, it's worse. Go and read more on what he said about each tribe as he praised, and then I posted it on the charts in case any of you want to read it. That what the guy said.
Sorry, I read it already.
yeah, what it was. But as worse as those things are, it seems to be precise without wanting to be mad with anybody. White people have that. They observe and they take notes. That's how they have all these biology books. They will take a lion and study a lion. They will take a tiger and study every detail and write everything down. I can give that to the white race. They have that. They're good observers. You understand? The guest we had today had a poll. His conclusion from his poll is not totally different from what Lugard said in 1926. I heard you say that, well, that's an indicted of him because we were not ruling then. It doesn't matter if we were ruling or not. It's making a precise description of what he saw. But what I have fault Lugard is that if I have a vivid description of each tribe like he did in his handover note, why in the world would I join them together? Look at what Lugard wrote about each tribe: Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. Very damning. It's not even something one should read in public, to be honest with you. Why that's to show you that the white man does not have the black man interest at heart. If you know that, just read it. That thing is, why
No, he
would
did
you
it deliberately. He did it deliberately. When he was governing, he deliberately kept the regions apart. That's what they said. That was his policy, and he made sure that our intelligent people are kept down.
They joined them together so that they know it's a failure experiment. Why would look at what he wrote about the house? I can't read it out loud. It's insulting.
It's too much.
It's too much. Look at what his conclusion about.
Is that for real though? I feel like that is made up. Is that real? Is this one real? This is just too harsh.
This is harsh. And look at his conclusion about the Igbos. Why in the world would you amalgamate such difference together? That means the white man don't want us to succeed. That's for me. That's the only conclusion I can draw from this.
Ferrari.
That's number one.
Ferrari, the one that even blows my mind. If this Lugard wrote this about the North or Hausa people, how is it that they are still putting him on their walls?
Because people do. You see, that's another problem with us too. When we took over in 1960, we refused to teach our children history, our own history. Forefather, please, and Colonel Adeniyi, go and read The Fatherless People by Dele Ogun. Please go and read The Fatherless People. We refuse to teach history, and I believe if people don't know where they are coming from, it will be hard for you to know where you are going. So, you soldiers, I see you fighting. You're just like my uncle, Dr. Abayomi Ferreira. Just like him. That man fought all his life. Even in retirement, he went and wrote this book, Savagery in Politics, The Hindrance in Nigerian National Development in Politics.
Yeah.
Let me read just one line from the back. Just one line, because this is important. The man wrote, the present constitutional polity is still like before during the era of military dictatorship, characterized by faulty electoral mechanism and processes in a cosmetic democracy that perpetuates the combination of XY military dictators and their usual civilian collaborators in power. They utilize the platform of the ruling of the parties as their mutual political base. Why am I reading that? You have sat down, I'm sure for you to write this thing, you must have. Forefather, I want to ask you a question. Have you looked at the Nigerian constitution? I know AY must have. I glanced through it today because somebody posted the link. That thing is a disaster.
So why are you
have you ever looked at it? It's nothing but pure feudalism. We just it's so
Mr.
bad.
Adeniyi said it yesterday.
It's so look, I glanced through, I didn't read it in it. I'm not a lawyer. Forefather, it's so bad, it's like we've just installed a king.
The
that is
king,
more powerful than the King of England.
You said it all. Ferreira, you
It's
said it
unbelievable.
all.
I glanced through it. I was like, are you serious? It's like we installed a Father, I'm not kidding. If you've not done your study, go and do your reading. It's so bad. Look, for you to change passport, or citizenship, it needs a president's approval. That's how bad it is. When you go to the toilet, now I'm exaggerating, it needs a president's approval.
That's what
It's
I said.
all about the ruling class.
Yes, that's why I said the military, when they were handing over in 1999, they just transferred the despotic power they have as a military dictator
have power
and gave it to the civilians. That's just it.
Have power to do anything in the country,
Anything.
like override
it is so bad, and I'm thinking, and this country have educated people and lawyers who sat down and went through this thing and agree with it. Something is even wrong with our education.
It was put together by the military. They didn't do anything.
But what is wrong with our elite also? Didn't somebody peruse it? Didn't somebody look at it? Didn't people go to school? Didn't they read constitution? My vice chancellor, when we were doing Aluta, was a constitutional lawyer. Didn't they look at it? Didn't they know?
That is the bad aspect of it. You know, and we thank God that it has shown that it's a total failure with the current situation of Nigeria today.
Let me tell you all the
that's
truth.
Why we need to advocate
if that
for
constitution continues to guide, we're going nowhere.
You're going nowhere.
That's
going to destroy.
My problem is that I don't think the constitution is behind why we are not moving forward. Personally,
it is. Our character is.
The constitution is a problem. It's not the reason why.
It's that means you don't your knowledge of what politics is minimal. I don't mean that as an insult. If you say that, forefather, you don't know.
You see, forefather, let me tell you, an average person is looking for an opportunity to just get what he wants, and that is what that constitution has provided.
Constitution provides.
The moment you are privileged to be in office,
you are privileged. That's
to
what
enter any office you have,
and all of them knows it. All the political leaders knows this,
and they're exploiting the situation for their interest.
Yeah, but that is what is going on everywhere. My take is that the corruption is in Nigeria is going on all that places.
Father, let's debate. No. Those are subjective arguments. That's argument that perpetrates the madness. No, that's not what's going on in everywhere. Father, take time. Grab the Russian constitution, put it side by side by the Nigerian. Take time. Grab the Chinese constitution, put it side by side. Take time. I have not done it, but I bet
Ferreira, you see, one thing I would let you, so that you convince me, get that of the any nation,
any country
compared to the Nigerian one, and see how bad Nigerian one compared to the other ones.
Exactly.
Then
I'll do that. This is
why then you convince me that is the reason why that nation
so that we can use our knowledge, because the market woman is not going to do these things for us. Now, that being said, I love what you're suggesting. I have always argued, let me put that before I address Colonel Adeniyi. I have always argued it doesn't matter what political system we choose or political system, as long as we don't have that savagery in our process, we'll be fine. If you look at the Chinese, you know, no corruption, you mess up with public money, they execute you, they don't play. They have a common focus. Look at that's communism, right? Look at the Russians, they don't play. You mess up, they get rid of you. Look at the Americans, they don't play. So it don't matter what system we pick, but that thing has to be there. Rule of law and the fact that impunity doesn't exist. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, my question for you is that, which you must have taken time out to talk, based on what Lugard has written about each of the tribe and our character as a people, which we still prove today, how would you, in your suggestion to this great idea you're bringing forward, guide against this inhibition that is us? Because we have a way, we Nigerians, we're smart. We have a way to mess up anything that is perfect. Look at what we did to religion. I can go into details if you want me to explain. We took Christianity, we twist it around, turn it into a business. You understand? We took Islam, turn it up. We have a way. So even if we adopt your suggestion, how do we, what is that fence that will protect us from ourselves? That's my question. I've been watching.
Yes,
You're a soldier. You're a soldier. You're just like my uncle. That man, everybody, you know, he started. There are so many parties he started. You should have heard about him, Colonel Ferreira.
Yeah, I know him. You just said it, and I took care of it in that constitution by saying that we will make the local government the most important in the country, because that is where the ethnic groups are. That is where the people are. So if
I agree,
the local government, if the local government today now controls substantial amount of their resources, and they are the one to provide those basic amenities to the people.
That's on resources. What you have to say on rule of law, enforcement.
The rule of law too follows now. The rule of law follows, because, like I proposed, I said there will be a high court in each local government because of the population of 500,000. At least they deserve an high court. So if they can, the dispensation of justice is on time, the rule of law will follow. Now, the civil servants who have been saddled with the responsibility of providing services, they should not be, disrupted by the politicians. The job of politicians is just to come and oversee them and ensure that they are doing their job. That's where the rule of law comes. So they also can challenge the politician and say, Mr. Politician, don't take over our job to give to your contractors. Because that's the only way contracts, the politicians are making money now, awarding contracts, inflated contracts. The job that could be carried out by the workers at in the government, local government, for example, matching of potholes, drainages, and the rest. These are jobs to be done at the local government level. But politicians will go and award this as contract to their own contractors so that to collect the 20-30% of the money. So if the local government now has threatened to be able to challenge these people, say you cannot take over this job, it is our work, then the politicians will know that they are only entitled to their salaries or allowances at the end of the month. They are not making money from extra. So only those people who are ready to work, to serve, will be coming out to be voted for.
Great ideas.
But if they know that they can go, if they know they will go to the local government and be able to disrupt the working system of a ministry and be awarding contracts, divert money to go and build their own private hospital, go and build private schools, where our public schools that are under the government are not funded, then the workers cannot talk.
Mr. Adeniyi, I don't mean to cut you. You know another major problem we have? The lack of them allowing us to discuss, like you were saying now, your ideas. That voice, suppression of voice is another impediment to moving forward. Your suggestion should be in a public forum, openly debated, openly argued, discussed, not in the National Assembly. Not those people you're sending it to, by the people, because listen.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. They said there will be public hearing. They ask people to submit memoranda for this constitutional amendment, 1999 amendment. But my own submission was a complete constitution not an amendment. And I put it in the comment letter that there is no need for this piecemeal amendment. It's not going
You're
to
trying.
solve
You're big, but
so,
you're trying to take food from their
but
mouth.
we just have to we have to do the right thing. We have to just tell them so that when the public are aware that yes, this is a new system that will work for them. The public too will now, like the agitation we are talking about now. In Kenya, people came out to challenge their government of this increase in taxes and the rest. If people now come out to say no, we are tired of this political system. We need
Mr.
a system that
Adeniyi,
then we can now be
Colonel
moving forward.
Adeniyi, the public has been weaponized. They've weaponized the poverty.
But we
And
cannot say
whoever
because of
has
that
more
we will
money
keep
is who they
quiet.
will listen to.
We will still be
They have
talking about it
weaponized it.
until they weaponize them, but the poverty and the rest will make people not to come out because when they give people money now, they keep quiet. But
They
at
keep
the end of the day,
quiet.
there will still be some people that God will use to
I
come out
think
and talk.
I think
Yeah.
Ferreira
Before you go
and
on, Forefather, I just think
don't
that for that madman to join us together with this type of crazy conclusion, those people
You
don't
see,
want us to.
Pereira, let's leave that one in the past. Let's just assume that it is God that has brought us together to make the country a great country. You understand? Because what we are lacking in the south, for example, is there in the north. What the north is lacking today is there in the south. So if the country can be able to harness this thing together, we'll be one of the greatest in this world. So it is, let us not put blame on him again. That one has passed. Let's see how we can now, come together to really harness the resources we have and use it
If they
for
can let us have an open discussion, but it's that discussion that they keep blocking us against. They don't want us to have a talk.
I think when you arrive at a solution, there's no point moving forward to something else because then it's like one is groping in the dark. I think Ferrari, you had already hit on a solution before. There's no need to move away from there. You just need to find the resources and the right people to work with to do it. You did say that you needed to sensitize the people, and I put it down to a form of ideology that we need to build, and we have to start changing the people's mind. If the people change, forget it. The leaders are done. They can't do anything.
They can't do anything. They will go and hide themselves.
So, and for me, I said it now. Me, my own is just resources. If I had the resources, I would be working. I would be doing it straight. I know the solution. It's clear in my head. I know we need an ideology. I know we need mass this in media this in sensitization all over the country. And I also know we need to reach all parts of the country. It's just the resources. Start implementing it. That's all you need. And so I think when Ferrari came, he made that submission one that said that is a zit because I too reached the same conclusion once. And that is how technically the Bolsheviks did it. That's how most people that do it, that's how they do it. They do it and the Bolsheviks were overseas when they did it in the Soviet Union. I think Lenin was overseas for 14 years or so, if I'm not mistaken, when he started from jail to when he went overseas and came back. 14 years, they transformed the entire country.
So AY and Forefather and Colonel Adeniyi, there was one question they asked earlier, somebody asked, I don't know who, that what do you think is a common thing we all could agree on moving forward that would put everybody under the same umbrella? What is it? Where can we find it? Is it hard to find? Is it not? That was, and I think it's a valid question. Let's say for example, you want NSAS 2.0 to happen, not NSAS, but this time nationwide, a change. What is the common umbrella?
Sensitization is common for all of us. We believe
on what subject, on what topic,
on
what issue?
Almost the same things. Like I emphasize security, you emphasize corruption, and
the right system of government. That's just it. The right system of government.
He is for
government. What do you think? There's so many. I don't know. I just think the one I agree on is Nigeria cannot continue like this. I don't know what that means, but
the thing is the common man will not understand that language. But you say right system of government, they're not saying it right. Like today, if you want to push Nigeria to take over their country, you have to come through the economic hardship going on all over the world, all over the country, because it's everybody that is feeling it. So from there, the people that are going to lead the movement, they will now come with, just like how Kenya started with what is going on. You can't make us pay more taxes. Now they are demanding more things. If we have a movement that will say the economic hardship is too much, there is protest across board, you have the group leaders that will now interface with the government and say, listen, this is what the people need. We need change of government. We need a system that is working. Otherwise, we are not leaving the street. But something need to trigger it. Those
What would that title
issues,
be that the common man will understand? What that title,
the
slogan?
hardship,
I don't know. Maybe we don't need a slogan. I don't know.
in
What do you
fact,
think?
call it hunger.
How about how hunger? Hold
The
on.
hunger is much. Is so much.
They
So
big power. They big power. Is that what?
so here is it, right? That is the common thing right now that you will sing across the country from north to south to west that will make people wake up. People are really hungry. They are feeling it. But the agenda is gonna be because if you come meet the people, if you go meet market woman on the street and say, hey, we need to change this government, support us. So they don't know what they talk about.
They don't know what you're talking about.
She will even say, at the find what I want eat, go. But when you come with that message, you will not come at that point of discussion. This is what the people want. The people need government that is working. The people need development. The people, you now put down these issues. I said, this is what the people want. This is where we stand. Even just like how SI speak up, right?
I think he is onto something there, because people, especially in our own society, stomach is quite important. How about also if you add alongside that them taking charge? This is one of the reasons why I was talking about that direct democratic system, where they know now that, because when you say they are going to be hungry, but the politicians are still in charge. But when you start telling them that, okay, hunger is in the land, now you are the one that is going to be in charge. This is the things that is going to happen, because now they know they are the ones that are going to determine it now, not the politician determining what happens. You are telling them that this is going to fix your hunger and this is going to fix your education, and it's not away from them, it's them that are going to do it. And I think if you couple that together to an extent, and you talk about like some of the stuff Cornell talked about in terms of rotational system of government, restructuring the country in terms of having regions.
So Cornell, though, I oppose.
Those are things they will sign. All people that are more sensitive, they will sign on to it.
Cornell,
So
I wanted to
hunger
say
with direct control.
I wanted to say that rotational thing. I disagree with it. I think we should focus more on merits rather than that rotational. We've been doing that since 1960. It hasn't helped us.
That are open, right? These are discussions that are open. I said these discussions are open, like
open. Oh yeah, everything is open,
right? Yeah. So,
but you know, okay, let me just chip in. Do you know why I put rotational leadership there? Because, like I said before, I was briefing forefathers. I said the politicians, it's not your job to come and give us these services. The civil servants who are there for 35 years is their duty. So when you are coming in as the leader of the want to be prime minister or president or what you call, your job is to ensure that these civil servants are doing their job. So if you are there today, you can be anybody. You can put a goat there to be president as long as you are not disrupting the working system of the government, so that the services will be provided with ease. But if you now put somebody say is so brilliant there, is going there now to put agenda there and start scattering the agenda of the working system of government. So it doesn't really matter when you talk of rotational issue. Anybody can be there. When you talk of rotation, everybody can be the head of the government as long as you are not disrupting. Just like we have, okay, I saw one, I think in Norway also, when the prime minister handed over, he was driving bicycle to leave the government house. You know, that to say that he has not got there to make money or to do anything, just to ensure that the government is working perfectly. So
that's why I support it. I feel like these ethnic tensions will calm a little bit.
Yeah, it will calm down.
When they know is in the constitution. It's not
Yes.
about parties now. And also I also think that the idea of, I don't know, we never mentioned it to you, Colonel Adeniyi, is about
Yeah.
the presidency. I think they should come from all the 6 regions. Like you have 6 presidents and you have a presidential council, like the way the Swiss have. It seems to work very well for them. That too will calm nerves, because if you start saying 6 years or 4 years term for each, by the time he goes around for the 6 regions, they'll be like, when is my turn? My turn is not going to come. I will never see my man become president. So some people may not like it. But if you have all 6 of them emerge at the same time, it kills all that again. So there are ideas out there. Because personally,
Yeah.
I subscribe to that. I don't like the idea of feeling like my people are not in office. Igbo people, so in the southeast, they always feel like they are getting marginalized. All this
It's
removes
true.
all that. All that
It's
goes
true
away.
because this 25 years of democracy now. Yoruba have done it 2 times. Hausa from the same state, Katsina, they've done it 2 times. Igbo have not done it at all. So you can see the issue of not carrying everybody along. So
Listen,
let's rotate it. Even if there's nothing there.
Colonel, where rotation I will get run into problem is that there are other tribes that are existing other than Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. The minority.
No, he was referring to region.
Okay, listen now.
Based on region, 6 regions.
It's based on region. Yes, the 6 geopolitical region, and in these 6 geopolitical regions, there are small ethnic groups there. So the one that will even come out from a region might be from one small ethnic group. So it's not so fixed that it must be an Igbo mouth, it must be Yoruba. If you say North Central now, the turn of North Central to give us prime minister, you can see all the tribes in North Central. They are the minority. So at least one person will have to come from there to become the prime minister. So with that, people will not, okay, like I even said, if the local government are the one people are looking onto to give them their basic amenities, nobody will care who become president or the prime minister, because there is nothing there. You are not even controlling much funds. The whole fund.
But you see, what I'm afraid of with this idea of yours is that you are going to create overlords in the civil service. They are going to be the overlords dictating everything, because they are the ones that remain. They don't even get to resign in every 4 years. They are there for 35 years, and they control a lot of
That's
things.
where we talk of continuity now, because they are their job is to give you services, and when somebody come and disrupt the program they have for the services they are providing, it will not make them to function well. So they are there for 35 years, so they know that it is their job to give you service. And if along the way services stop, the people know where to go and raise their grievances
So they will raise their grievances with the politician.
with the local government. So local government too have the politicians with them. So they all will be there to face the people. You understand? The House of
Guys,
Assembly at
that's
local
my
government
own
level.
2 cents. I have to go now.
Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate that, Ferrari. And you did ask some pertinent questions. I think we need to be working on some stuff. I know AY is a disciplined fella. Ferrari is a bit. Today I'm his friend. Tomorrow I'm his enemy. I don't know where I stand with Ferrari. So that's the problem with Ferrari. So but I'm trying to find a set of people that are calm-headed, people that can come up with something that we can present to. If not if the House of Assembly don't care for it, the Nigerian people, something that attracts them, that
That's
gives
what
them
matters now.
hope. That
If
gives them hope.
Nigerian people will understand the importance of having a good
Thank you.
government, then everybody will be happy. Yeah, thank you.
I really appreciate the time you've spent with us here, Colonel, and I hope we get to have more time with you, because I think a lot of people. This one is it's like a backdoor session. I think you probably still need to come on a prime time when there will be a lot, because some of your ideas are quite radical, and it's good that you had time for us to question you here, because you need to bring a country that has done what you've done. But that one about non-partisan politics, I don't know. I don't know how that one is gonna work. That one is gonna be. I'm still trying to think about how it's gonna work.
You need to just free your mind about partisan politics. They don't need party politics to run a government. We don't need it. You get it? Because okay, look at you just talk of China now. people say China is a communist state and all those things, but in China they have other political parties also, at the lower level. But the important thing in China is that before you rise in that communist party, their constitution is the constitution of the country. So it's just like say you don't have any party at all. So by the time you are in that national arena, national government, you are having the party constitution as the country constitution, and nobody is coming to change it. So it's fixed. And that is why you see in China today, local government controls substantial amount of their resources. It's already there in the party, in the Communist Party's constitution, which is the constitution of the country. So you can see the local government growing at their space, at astronomical
That is quite
space.
interesting, that local government control their resources. I didn't know that in China, that local government control a lot of resources.
They control, the government, they are just overseeing the workers now. The workers in the government, the civil servants are the one calling the shot. They are the one doing all those beautiful structures that you are seeing. They displayed all over the world. It's the Ministry of Works at local government level doing all those things. So the government of Communist Party are just there to oversee the smooth running of different sectors. Like the president of China now, President Xi. He was once a local government chairman. You should understand. Along the way, he was accused of corruption. That he had to run away from China to seek refuge in Canada.
Wow.
Yes.
Maybe he had a weekend now. He had a weekend in his constituencies. No, they just he took off.
But along the line, when the investigation was carried out, it happened that he was not aware of the corruption that happened in his local government. So they have to now free him, and he came back, he cleared himself. Now he's the president because he grew in the party. He now became the president of China. So the local government in China, they are strong, they are very powerful, and that's why the whole China, the whole country is growing, at their own pace. They didn't centralize power, apart from the armed forces that is centralized at the center.
When I see the development in China, it makes me want to shake our people. Like, wake up, wake up! The whole world is running away. Those people have built. They have built.
They have gone far. They have gone far.
Jeez. Man, so I really appreciate the time, and if not now, when I don't know if you have any question for the Colonel, because you came in relatively late when we were about to round up for this session, because we've kept him here. This is Nigeria. He's in Nigeria. It's at night, and this is a service. This is a service you are doing us here today. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure Dr. Damages and all the viewers appreciate it too. Colonel Adeniyi. And
Thank you very much.
If not now, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, have you got any questions for the Colonel?
No, it's not a question. I just came in just to
we can't see you.
Huh?
You can't see your background has eaten you. Your background has taken over.
I see me now.
Yeah, you can see you are coming in and disappearing. I don't know. There's no light in the environment. You need to put some lights on.
Nepa
It's okay. You can say what you want to say so that we can go.
Better now, better.
Okay. Yeah, appearing and disappearing.
Just to commend Adeniyi.
Thank you
for the work he's doing. Some people may see it from a different perspective. But from the area that I'm looking at it is assuming that we have so many people doing the same work he's doing. That is how national conversation are provoked. You understand? When they have like 100 people, 200 people coming up with the same idea, the content may be different, but it's going to provoke that national conversation. You understand? So that people really know what is possible, what is not possible. It's not like everything that he's proposing is going to be what is going to be 100%. But it's become a talking point. You understand? He may bring up the idea. He may not have everything that is needed to fine tune it. You understand? But another person will now see a point that he raised and say, "Wow, I think I know what we can do to even make this point even to be better." You understand?
Okay.
For
Yeah.
instance, there is something that he talked about non-partisan politics. And forefather, you were raising an issue about how do you uh, prune down the number of people that's going to contest the election. You understand? Because if there are like
Yeah.
100 people that want to run an election in a local government, it will lead to a situation that we have in the country right now where a candidate has scored less than 40% in the election is, declared winner. And he's actually governing the country, irrespective of the fact that the vast majority of the voting population did not vote for him. You understand? So, even though it's non-partisan like he's proposing, there's a way you can prune down the number. For instance, assuming it's okay, anybody that want to contest, you have to gather verifiable signatures of let's say 5,000 people that believe that you sold your idea to and they fully support you. They believe that you can do the job. So if you are not able to generate up to those verifiable signatures, it means that you're not really a candidate that should come up in the ballot because you don't stand any chance. You understand?
Yeah.
So things
You-
like that can
Can
be.
I just say one thing to what you just said now?
Yeah.
If you are now telling somebody to gather signature, that's where money will start coming in. We start lobbying.
I knew that's where it was going from.
We start
I
bribing
knew that's where you're
people.
gonna go.
Yeah, we start bribing people with the granite and kuli it's granny and breast. So we
Yeah,
need a
yeah,
situation
but
where you will
that,
not.
that is just for your name to be in the ballot. Okay, take for instance, here where I am. For you
Okay.
to contest in the election, you have to gather local elections. You have to gather those signatures. You understand?
Mm.
You have to sell your ideology to people so that you're not just coming in to waste the time in the space in the ballot. You understand? You have
You
to
see,
generate a certain number of signatures
not now,
that are going
not
to be
now. I don't
verified.
know. Is that ideology that you are talking about that I am against? Because you are not to come with any ideology from anywhere. The system is already established. The government workers are there to do their job. You also go
No,
in
no,
and ensure
what,
that they
no,
are
what,
working.
no, what I
Is
mean by
what matters.
ideology, what I mean by
The-
ideology is this.
Mhm.
Forget about the language. That you
Okay,
have intention to serve the people. You
that is it
understand?
now. That is
You
what's
need
up.
so and so signatures for you to be in the ballot. You
Okay.
understand? So if your character is questionable,
Mm-hmm.
you understand?
Yeah.
Those are like
Mm.
people that are sponsoring your candidature, but without money. They just
Mm.
want to give that thumbprint. Okay, approval. Yeah, I
Mm.
think it's good for you to be a good man to represent us. Go and contest. You
Okay.
understand? It's just a
Yeah.
way of because there are people that ordinarily I know that even my family member will not vote for me. But like forefather
Mm.
said, I just want to go and let me just be part of the ballot. You understand? Before you know it, everybody in the local government have the indicated interest that they want to contest because you
Yeah.
are not expected to buy a ticket.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why you can't just walk up and say, okay, I want to contest.
Yeah, you are correct.
And who
Yeah.
funds this in the election? Is it the local government that funds the election or the individuals? If it's individuals, then money politics comes in again.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm saying you come in, the government media will take over from there, announce you to the public, then the public will now start talking. We start raising observation about you. If you are a criminal before, they will say it. If you are the one that is not good for them, they will say they will give reasons. Then there will be time for screening before the election. So during the screening time now, people with complaints behind them and all these things will now be eliminated. It's only those who have credible background that will succeed. You see, there is something that I propose here, but like you said,
Yeah.
there can be some addition and subtraction to it. But I
Exactly.
just look at it that in order to make people not to spend kobo before you go into that House of Assembly, you just
Yeah.
need to provide the room for them to go in and don't spend money. Let people talk about you. If you are a crook before, people will know. And from there, during screening, they are screened out. So it's only those people who screened who got it right, it will be about 100. The system, like I said, we need to create that electoral system that will be so strong to take, up to that number, so that during election, with fast internet service, 5G and the rest, you can easily pick the one that is your candidate. You vote for him. And other people too from other places, when they have internet service, they log in with their NIN, vote for their candidate in the local government there. So it's something that is doable.
So is
Honestly,
it not
I
all that
must
is going to?
commend you.
What was that?
No, I said I must commend you for the efforts. It's
Yeah,
one
thank
thing
you.
it's one thing for somebody to believe that the system is not good. There's another thing for somebody to actually come up with a practical solution.
Mhm.
Suggestion on this is what I think we should do. You
Yeah,
understand? So I
yeah,
really
correct.
commend you. It's not easy.
I should come up with something too, so because it's really because it's not easy. It's easy to say, oh, because I always have 1,000 ideas, but I never put one on paper.
Yeah.
So that's why that's why you have to commend the Colin for doing
Exactly.
what he did.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
So
Thank you
thank
very
you, my
much for
brother.
the accolade.
And yeah, thank you for coming in. And if not now, I appreciate the fact that you were listening to the nuances of everything we are saying, because these are the kind of conversation it's good to have, even if it's one, two people that are listening, but they understand what we are saying here and they will carry it on. Because it's about our country. For me, this is not a joke, and I know a lot of us that are here. It's for the country that we are doing it, and we all care, and we want to return back home and enjoy ourselves. Although the colonel is already at home, you guys, you don't know. It's good. You're already at home. We want to come back. We really want to come back. It's
Yes,
not funny being here.
we want to
So,
make the home conducive for you when you come, so
and
that
I,
at
I
least you
hope
come,
so.
you join us to eat pounded yam and the rest.
In our lifetime, it should happen in our lifetime. And I appreciate you for coming as always. What happened to the future? AY has downgraded to A from AI to AY. What happened
Yes,
to
so
the
we
future?
are we are
Are we,
working on it
are we
seriously.
are we even with the right one?
I'm not
Are we
even
with the real
sure.
one?
Yeah.
Is this
I
is
thought
this a
it was
clone?
supposed to be AI.
Is this
Yeah,
a clone?
AI is the original one. That's the correct one.
So
Yeah, yeah.
That's where we
we were with a
migrated to
clone
next.
yesterday.
Don't mind you now. The future AI. That's
Yes,
that.
so
I like that one, man. That was just interesting. Although everybody's used to AY, it's not going to be easy to shake this one down.
more people are used to the today they were telling me change the name, change it now. Black man don't like change.
They don't, no, they don't. After a while, they get used to it. Give them a few weeks, they'll get used to it. So, gentlemen, we have to call it a day, and 4 hours and going. I really appreciate you. I cannot thank you enough, Connor, for coming in to talk to us
Thank
on
you.
this issue. I really can't thank you enough,
Thank you,
and
sir.
everybody appreciates you
Thank you,
coming in.
Adeniyi. Yeah.
And till I hope we all have a great week ahead and have a fruitful week till next weekend when we gather here again. And obviously I'm gonna be doing work myself. I just looked into the a fatherless this thing. I think a fatherless this thing that this what's his name? A fatherless people that Ferrari recommended. So I'm gonna be listening to it throughout this week. It's audiobook. It's available on audiobook. So
Okay.
I'm gonna be listening to it.
Yes,
And
gentlemen, NEPA is at work. They've taken my light. So
NEPA, up
NEPA,
NEPA, up NEPA,
Oh,
up NEPA.
Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. You are
All
free
right.
to
Thank
you
you,
can go
sir.
anytime.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Bye bye. I love
Thank
you guys.
you. Thank you. Oh,
Okay.
same here. Thank you for your service to the country.
Yeah,
And
really, on a serious
yeah,
note, I really appreciate the work.
Yeah,
yeah.
That
these are the real
conversation,
Niger.
yeah, to
Mm,
start that conversation. I wish all the people that are in the position to put down their idea in writing that have been saying things are not the way it's supposed to be, the structure is bad.
Yeah.
Put
mm,
it down in the public domain so that it will be stirring up the conversation. You know?
mm. I think the three of us here are of the right temperament to put something down actually. I don't know how available you are. If not now, you don't get upset often. AY doesn't even get upset at all. I don't even know. he just throws people. People get cross with AI. I don't know how you do it. You don't say a lot, but you cause a lot of trouble. Like they'll be
They
like,
attack me today.
"You
They say
hear
I
what he
poke
said?"
people.
I'm like, I didn't
They
hear
say I
anything he
poke
said.
people.
I didn't hear anything he said.
You gotta poke them. You tell
You know how to annoy people without saying a lot.
just choke the person and go back.
they
get crazy.
AY will be there, and I'll be like, "What did he say? I didn't hear anything he said." Kede will be getting cross. Pastor will be everybody will be getting cross. You really know
Comment
how to
section,
manage.
the girl are like, this guy is dangerous. He's dangerous. He's dangerous.
Yeah, you
I'm
know how
like,
to
you
pick
guys
your
should leave
time.
me
You know
alone.
how to pick your time. And this is why I think with this about temperament is it will be good to at least be coming up with something, slapping something together, gradually. And I'm not people that are rushing too fast, too quickly. They tend to make mistakes, and I take time to evaluate people and see their temperament, how they fit in, and because if you want to go far, you better be sure-footed to an extent. You can't be perfect. You have to be sure-footed. So I don't know. If not now, how available you are. It would be good to be doing it maybe after streaming sessions. When we have a meeting, it doesn't have to be like tasking or regular. It just has to be when we gather, we come together, put some things together. There are quite a lot of good ideas we already have that we can slap together. And if it gets to a certain point, then we can codify it. I already know some people that are used to writing constitution. One of them wrote a Pan-African and this in constitution. So if we can slap it together that is attractive, like from what AY said about the stomach, and I also believe in empowerment of the people. And obviously, the security people don't tend to see security. Maybe they will. I don't know. I believe in security aspect and any other area that, if not now, you wanted to contribute to, you can add to it. Because I think if we start putting something together and sharing it with people out there,
No,
what I believe will happen. Yeah, you were saying something.
Forefathers, your position on security
Mm,
is not as if somebody like me is against it. No. But the
mm,
problem is that you go about it like the way they play politics in America.
mm,
Extreme right and extreme left.
mm.
You, you
Yeah,
understand?
yeah.
I
I
believe
understand
that,
what Steve is
yeah, I
talking.
believe that more attention should be given to security. But not that we have to, you know, jettison effort to revive the economy until we fix security. You understand? We can do both, but more attention should be given to security because without giving more attention to security, you can't even have that economic revival.
Exactly. We're on
You
the same
understand?
page. Mm,
Because if take for instance the way it is now, if we have like 100,000 diasporas that are willing, they have the resources to take money back and supervise the investment themselves, they cannot go back the way it is today because of the security. You understand?
exactly.
So that's why that any effort to revive the economy have to, do it in such a way that priority should be given to security. You understand?
Yeah.
But don't just shut down the effort to revive the economy and say, okay, let me wait until whenever I fix the security.
Mm.
It's going to be
No, I agree with you on that. I think it's a dual rail. And sometimes the reason why I come across like that is because I know we already have economy and we can keep building the economy. But the reason why, and I also say that from the point of view that I know you are talking about economy. Look at security too, because some people they will not even acknowledge that security is important. They'll say economy is the important one, and
no.
that's why it comes across as if I'm dismissing the economy.
It's
You have to.
hard. The way the country is now, it's hard to make progress economically without addressing the security issue.
It's almost
Very
impossible.
difficult. Impossible, in fact.
Mm. The whole regions of the country they recommend international community not to go there even like the
Exactly.
Americans are telling them don't go to northeast, don't go to this.
Don't go to Southeast.
You're done. You're done. Most businesses go to American advisory before they even decide on anything, and they will just look at it. Oh, wow, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. It's affected me. There was a time I wanted to go to Zaria to go and do something, and the moment I hear there was a bomb, this thing there, I canceled that trip. That was 2014. I canceled the trip.
It's scary,
That's how much you have.
that
Of
country.
course, because now you know the environment is not suitable. Even if you can go there and come back, but you know it's not a suitable environment to do that.
To keep
This
your
thing.
money.
Exactly. Nobody wants to invest something in an area where there's a chance that the environment is not stable, and the people around there, who is going to come there to do business with you? So it doesn't work, and we are losing money. We are hemorrhaging money all the time because of this problem. And so from that's where I come from. I'm not like, oh, no economy. Technology is very important in my mind, because there's only as much security can do for you. If you have 100 million men, but all of them carry machete, what use is that? You need technology still. So I'm not blinded by just security. It's just that right now, I know if we have enough people who cover the whole country. The colonel admitted to it, that we don't have enough people. That, you know what he said? He walked into that one because he said, we don't have enough people, that if we needed to secure the country, we would need to recruit 1 to 2 million. I said, that's exactly what I've recommended. That is what we are supposed to have done. I said, like, psychologically, but you don't want to. I don't understand. It's like, about it, but you don't think it's for us somehow. Then I gave you an example that Egypt does it. Why is it that we don't do it?
I think it's not even the problem of money, it's the problem of priority. Because if we could use, is it 14 billion or what? To build
for
a house
the road
for,
now, isn't it?
no, to build a house for one person.
Oh, Naira, yeah.
How much can that 14 billion, how many more military officers or security personnel can about 14 billion put on the street for like next 5 years? It's a lot.
It's a lot. I think the president is giving this economic team 2 trillion naira, Dangote and a few people to disburse for the nation. 2 trillion naira is given to them, and Nigeria is losing 10 to 50 billion dollars every year from insecurity. So I don't even see it as spending money. I see it as saving money. Because if you plug that gap, then that money comes back to you. It's not even spending, really. As a matter of fact, you probably get more money depending on how much you invest. Let's say you are losing, let's break it even, you are losing 25 billion every year, and then you spend 10 billion extra and getting more money in there. You've saved yourself money, because by the time you secure the country, you're getting 25 billion, but you just spend 12 billion, 15 billion profit just by doing that. And your people will be happier for it. No suicide bombing, no kidnapping, no nonsense happening anymore. So it's a no-brainer on that point. But in terms of coming together to put something together, it reminds me of what other nations have done, because you have to have something that attracts people, like this hunger idea that AY said, that if you let them be, everybody knows they're hungry, so the masses will buy into that. And I also believe that if you tell them that, okay, you are going to have the power to change anybody that's not doing what you want in terms of your election and all that, and you have to paint a future. You talk about their education, you talk about their society, everything that they love. You craft your plan to favor them. If you do that, you start seeing people will be energized to support the idea, and more you're going to be picking up momentum. And I think it's possible. I've not even started thinking about 1,000 ways to improve the lives of Nigerians, apart from technological transformation, this in transparency, and security. Those three for me are cardinal. If you don't get them, forget everything else. But there are so many minutiae way you can look at it, from encouraging education, encouraging family support, supporting the family, and making it national. This to have public holidays, or like what the Bolsheviks did was, they said that they were going to have 5-day week. This was something the people never knew about, that it was even possible, because they used to work almost, I think it was only Sunday they were off for the church. But when they heard about 5 days, they were like, oh my God, we just have to work for 5 days. We don't have to go to work on Saturday. People bought into that. So those type of things, you have to have an ideas that resonate with the people. And obviously, hunger is one. But if some of them are not that hungry, let's face it, some Nigerians are not. You also want to a kind of appeal to the ones that are not that hungry too. And that's my thinking anyway. I don't know what you think about that, AY. And Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us. We are already heading back. Maybe we're coming back for backstage conversations and all the rest. What's happening?
Well, first and foremost, actually, I was at the office. I started listening to you right from when Amoye was in the studio too, or in the panel. And yeah, and, you can close it out and we'll talk in the background. But what I just wanted to emphasize is when when AY talked about the GMO and the colonel didn't know what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
I noticed that. Yeah.
it's not just food. That thing is not just food. The simple thing I tell someone is if you say you want to eat, but you want to eat a food grown with the intention that there shouldn't be any pests affecting it. And why did they do that? Because they want to realize their money. It's this thing we should know that this is all about money and control. And look at the person it's coming from. It's coming from Bill Gates. Bill Gates is not a scientist. Bill Gates is a dropout. You understand? He only gained fame and famous based on the fact that he just did something, discovered Microsoft, another kind of a thing. That's the only thing. Now, this is the person that is telling us, going to give us what to eat. People should
Ige
read
has
them.
investment in
So
other area, though.
I think I wouldn't want you to, in as much as I don't agree with the GMO issue, I wouldn't want you to, the way you describe Bill Gates is not just a dropout. If I would have said he's just a businessman, that he's after money. So if you for you to say he's just a dropout, he managed to discover Microsoft. No.
That is a dropout, though. It's technically
Can we say the truth?
He dropped out for a reason.
He dropped out for a reason. The same way he dropped out is the same way even Steve Jobs dropped out. I'm not saying. I'm not saying. I'm trying to say that he
I am
is
the one
diving.
I will drop out.
If not, I am trying to say what I'm saying is he is diving into what is not even his field at all.
And he's driven by money. You made that point exactly.
Yeah, so that's just the thing. I'm not saying a dropout is not. He's not a dullard. At least he made money. He's making money, and his money is not gonna. I don't even know when.
He's an inventor. Anybody that is able to make an invention, let's really.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's introducing this to Nigeria, something that even we in America don't eat all those things. When you go to the supermarket, if they use GMO to do that, they need to specify that they'll tell you this is the section for GMO. It's up to you.
So you are telling me that I don't eat those grapes without seeds?
No, I don't. I don't.
Mazi, we're going to revoke your Californianness. We're going to drive you out of California.
California, we got food, we got land. We are the one that even we feed ourselves.
To call Bill Gates a dropout. I mean, that is just. I mean,
he's not from California. Even
but you see, people like that don't deserve to be in school.
Exactly.
Just because you're in school and you get 32 PhD is not the end of the world. If you listen.
What about Zuckerberg though? Zuckerberg went to school and he did something.
Yeah. And then
I'm
what?
not saying I'm not
And
saying
then
about
what?
education.
You want to compare what Bill Gates does in the business world to some guy that's running a chat room? They're not even on the same level.
Don't just no. Don't
Did you
just
just say Marcus
don't
Zuckerberg is running the chat room?
don't just
Yeah.
say that. Don't
No.
do you
Look.
know that
Let's
do you
be
know that
real.
there are
Let's
some
be
people.
real.
I just
Look,
doing this stuff left
let me
and right.
tell you something. I know the
You,
Bill Gates story inside out. Even
mm-hmm,
Microsoft was not something. He bought the software from some guy in California. He was
mm-hmm.
lucky, but lucky people are people that are prepared. It's not just being lucky. You have to be at the right place at the right time. And what did he do? Like most wise people, he went and
Mm-hmm.
employed people that were better than him. That's what you do. You go and find the best brains that can do the work. No matter how smart you may be, you don't say because I am so smart. You go and
Let
find
me
the smartest brain money
But
can buy and put
can't
them
you did
together.
exactly what you accused
let
Musk
me
of
quickly
doing?
say
You
this.
just
Let
said
me
Marcus
quickly say
Zuckerberg
this.
is running the chat room.
Let me
Yes,
quickly
that's
say
what
this.
he did. Where do you think Facebook came from? It came from a
Let me
college
quickly say
dorm.
this. Let me quickly say. So, Bill Gates has invested massively in energy. Actually, in the future, I think it's one of the person that will take over the energy in America. In fact, in the
But I thought
world,
he gave
this
away his wealth.
no, he's the owner of Terra Power now. Have you heard of Terra Power? It's a nuclear. They building nuclear reactors. It's a lot of investment there. Read about Terra Power. Check it out. He's the owner of Terra Power. It's
Wow.
massive investment now in Terra Power. Bill Gates is so focused on it.
On this GMO thing, people keep talking GMO. A lot of this, you see, where they say we're like 7.2, 7.4 billion people, and the projection is that we're going to be 9 billion by 2050. How do you think you're going to feed all these people? How do you think the tomatoes you buy at the supermarket, the apple that you buy doesn't have maggots in them? You
Oh,
think this thing,
oh,
you think,
who is talking? Who is talking? Kandu, good evening.
yes, yeah, good evening, my brother. Oh, good morning now. It's now 12:01 over here. I know it's 9:01 in Cali.
It's not, of course. That's that's why we love the life. We live the life.
Yeah. Yeah, so this GMO is not about anybody trying to take over. It's not even about money. The reality is to be able to feed this planet. If you see what people are doing all over the world, China is planting rice on beaches, saltwater rice. They're getting untold hundreds of billions of tons of rice. Um, all these countries, if you see what you see, I feel sorry for us. Like this former Yoruba comedian used to say, it'll be like, I feel sorry for you. And he's talking about himself. Instead of saying, I feel sorry for me, he will say, I feel sorry for you. But you see, if you see what people are doing, in order to be able to feed this planet, you cannot just do it by growing food without some genetic modification. A lot of these things is to prevent pests, is to make the food last longer. So you take out this gene, you add that gene. It's not to kill anybody. All these conspiracy theorists all over the place, they're bringing this to come and kill Africans. Who cares about you? You're not that important.
Oh my God! How can you say
Yes,
that?
you're not.
See,
You're
okay,
not that important.
hold on. I
No,
think
from
it's
the
about
sense
the
that no,
technology.
from the sense that anybody trying to kill you. If they
Kandu,
kill you, how are they going to sell more products to you? They need you to buy their product. They need your children to buy their product.
They didn't need
What
the
Kandu,
what are
red
they going
Indians.
to gain from
Hold
killing
on,
you?
now. They didn't need the red Indians again. They didn't need the Australian Aboriginals. So sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for. Check
No,
it
the
out.
point I'm forefathers. The point I'm trying to make is you don't kill your customers.
Mm.
You don't kill your customers. The reality of this GMO, yeah, obviously there has to be government mandates and like in the United States, the FDA, and like Mazi rightly said, labeling. Some of this GMO stuff they've not been proven enough to be able to put on the market. But genetic modification is not about trying to kill anybody. It's about trying to look at how do you make the land produce the maximum amount of yield. How do you make sure that the product that are produced are not going to waste? If you know the percentage of food that goes into waste in America, in India, look at what they're doing in India with food preservation. People are moving on. People are doing big things. We're still busy trying to talk about 3 pieces of tomato cost 2,000 naira. I mean, we need to wake up. Oh, honestly, our slumber party has been way over. We need to wake up and see what the rest of the world is doing.
My own thing is, technology is good, like you said, but at this time, what Nigeria needs is security. Now, the people, somebody in my village, he's not asking for the seedling from GMO. He's not asking for that. Okay? And the thing is, if we provide security, the farmers will be able to go back to farm and there will be food. They can grow those things side by side. But in this case, they are making it in such a way that the GMO is going to take over. That shouldn't be. And apart from that, you see, you get to know about tomorrow from your today. And things, today from yesterday, things that have been done by Bill Gates, promulgating a lot of, things in Africa that I don't know why. Are we going to say, oh, he so much love Africa? Is that what we're going to say? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Mazi, this is not a Bill Gates problem. This is something we've been dealing with in America for the last 15 years. I mean, I remember like 15 years ago, there was all this GMO conversation, even about just wheat and corn. This is not about Bill Gates trying to come to Africa to come. How much more money? How many more hundreds of billion does Bill Gates needs to be able to feed? That's not the issue.
That's what I'm
The
saying. That's
issue
what I'm
is
saying. That is
no,
because America
but you
is
see,
because
no, it's
America
not. Again, you're
rejected
losing.
it. That's why they're moving over
No,
there.
no. They didn't leave up. This is what is going on all over the world. Go to China. Go on
Italy,
your
Italy the
go on
other day
YouTube.
rejected it. Italy the other day
No,
rejected it.
it doesn't
Rejected it.
matter whether you reject it. The people listen. You see, I'm not saying there is no insecurity in Nigeria, but the last time I was in Nigeria some months ago, there was food all over the place. People are not going to go. What is the percentage of all these people that are stopping farmers, killing farmers? What is their percentage? You see, it is people don't have something to do that say, oh, because there's something going on somewhere, you don't do what you're supposed to do. People are still farming in Nigeria. Yeah, insecurity should be dealt with so that people will be able to do things. But most people in Nigeria are not stopping. They're not stop. They didn't stop going to their farms and producing because of insecurity. So there is food being produced, but the larger question is, even in Nigeria, we're projected to be about 400 billion, somewhere between 2050 and 2060, give or take. How do you provide water, housing, trash collection, food, education, financing for businesses? Those are the things people should be talking about. I think it was AY that was saying it earlier on. Real leaders don't sit around and be talking about 2027. That's why when people talk about all this foolishness, PDP, APC, LPOZ, I just mute I mute my system because I don't have time for foolishness. Real leaders sit down and be like, where are my people going to be in 10 years? Where are they going to be in 25 years? Not all this foolishness. That's what real leaders do. The real leaders of the world, even the scientists of the world. Today. I've watched I don't know how many videos about agriculture 4.0, how they are utilizing satellite robots, where you have to reduce the amounts of pesticides that are being utilized, because you have these robots that can go in, pull weeds without using pesticides. This is all over the world. This is what serious people are doing. Serious people don't sit around and be like, what's his name? Kano said people should go and burn Lagos. You don't get brain. If Igbo tell you to go and burn your papa house, you go burn them. If some malam from the north tell you to go and do something, you go do them. Where is
Candle
your
on the
brain?
candle on the carry us go where we don't know.
I think there's, to an extent, you may be right that maybe some people are overstating some dangers, but you cannot take certain things for granted. Like, this is something you have to be paranoid until proven otherwise. We cannot keep allowing our own people just to say, okay, it's okay, let's take it. No, then what if something goes wrong? What even if it was 2% chance that something could be wrong? You are risking your whole generation's lives just on 2%. That is dangerous. You can't do that. So that's why I sympathize with people that feel like, okay, GMO, we don't control the technology. Why should we have to sign on to it? Our ancestors have been eating for ages. Why do we have to change our environment? We can farm it. Why do you need GMO? So you can see why we are saying that. I'm not saying that everybody's out to get us, but that 1%, that happy percent, you have to watch out for.
Forefathers, nobody is going to force GMO on you, even if the country adopts it. Look, the spaces that I go are places where people that are doing things are. In America, there are agricultural banks. In China, if you see what China is doing, preserving a lot of food-related things, those things are never going to go away. Yeah, the GMO companies, these are not even Bill Gates, the Monsantos of the world, all these big agro companies. Those are their agenda. But if the people in Mazi's village, if they want to continue to plant whatever they've been planting, you keep some of it so that you can be able to plant next season, like people have always done for forever. Nobody's going to force that on you. But the reality is, those things, even what you will eat, even before all this GMO talk, the corn that people were eating 40 years ago is not the one they were eating 200 years ago. People had to modify it to take out this, take out that. So I'm not talking about people coming to put in things, but before we start talking about something, we need to have an idea what it is what the thing is. A lot of this GMO stuff is taking out things that will make something rot faster, that will not make a product. I just saw something last week in India. In India, there's this small company, just small local company in India. They've developed a system where, whether it is grape or banana, if you just put this is a sachet, you put it in a box or container of whatever food, even in transportation, it will allow the food to last 3 to 4 weeks longer. You're not even adding anything to the plants themselves. But this is what people do. People evolve over time. And the more people you have, I don't know if you remember, like in 1970 or so, we were 80 million people. We're almost 3 times that today. Are you going to be able to feed those people by planting on your small little farm in your backyard?
There
We
is
have to
something.
evolve with time.
I understand what you mean. There is
I'm
something.
not
There's
saying you
something we
should not.
call
I'm
industrial
not saying you
farming.
should not.
There is vertical
Hold on. I'm
farming.
not saying. I'm not saying you should not. You should not be mindful of whatever other people are bringing to you. I'm not saying you should just accept everything that somebody brings to you. But let's look at what is genetic modification. Is modifying the gene, not taking anything to come and kill you. You take
That's
out the
what.
things that are going to. Yeah.
This is kind of
Can I
slightly
say
because
something?
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so pretty much, the truth is this. Okay, nobody is saying that modifying the genes is not good. Okay, just like I said earlier, the FDA allowed it to, to strive in America before, but when they saw things which they cannot make public. They came out and said, you know what? No, and that if and whoever that is using it have to, you know, be transparent and make it clear that this is what it is. When we say all these things that we say, do you believe, if I can ask you, do you believe that Nigeria is actually 200 million people? Do you actually
I
believe
don't
that?
really, I don't, you see, I don't, things I don't know, I don't waste my time arguing about. I
Arguing
don't know.
about that.
Whatever the number
Yes.
is, I know it's not 80 million.
So the thing is this, my own thing is, what Nigeria needs is not all those things. What Nigeria needs is to straighten things that we already have. Things that we already have. Okay? California is known, we feed ourselves in California and we export. California is
How do
almost
you,
like it's
how do
10
you,
on.
how do you think that is done?
Okay,
You don't think
okay, no, California, what California does is mostly irrigation. Okay, this is things that I've seen myself. If you go to places like Stockton, what do you call it? All this,
I've been to the bread basket. I know those places very well.
the places I'm talking about. Okay, and then you see them. Even you see even the cows and everything. It's all by irrigation. And who helps?
No,
The people that really.
Mazi, let me tell you, you're incorrect. You see, even those places you're talking about, a lot
Mhm.
of those products and those produce have been modified over time. The average cow was not given 50 gallons of milk per day 60 years ago, 50 years ago. They've had to do things, even in California, even in Washington State, even all of the places. The world evolves over time. People should be careful. You should have system in place to ensure that we don't have some crazy scientists giving us things that will have you have the babies coming out with four arms.
And
You
the
have to
thing
have those things in place. But again, like I said, the type of corn, go and look at corn, look at anything, look at potato, look at 1920 something in
Kando,
Europe.
I understand everything you are saying. Oh,
Tomatoes
oh,
and corn and onions. Eh?
Kandu, I understand everything you are saying, but what I'm trying to say is, whatever Nigeria got to do, they have to do it side by side. But the way they are introducing this thing now, they are trying to overtake what they already have, which we are saying no,
Can
that
do.
shouldn't be.
Can do.
That shouldn't be.
Mazi,
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
the
Yes, sir.
area that I'm concerned is that over time we know that the West always want to experiment with Africa. You understand? And them introducing GMO to us. I would have been comfortable if it's our scientists that the government empowered, maybe increase the money they give them for research and development to start researching on how we can be able to adopt GMO into our own agricultural system. But for them to bring in something to us, it's equivalent to what they do in the medical field, using Africans as guinea pigs. You understand? They could try out something that they how to modify some seeds, and they will go and try it in Africa first. Try it in Nigeria. We eat it like
Again,
two,
you're
three, four. I'm
mistaken.
coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Again, you're mistaken.
Can I
They've been
talk?
doing this in America. They've been doing this, and like Amazi rightly stated, the only difference is the FDA has stipulated and made into law that those things have to be labeled.
Why are you saying that
It's
making
not
a
like they
mistake?
just came to Africa to come and use you as guinea pig. They've been doing this in America for more than 15 years. I'm sure way
Listen,
it's longer than that.
listen, 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 listen. I'm not making a mistake. A grape seed that is genetically modified. Is it a standard that the same grape seed that is genetically modified used in America is the one they are bringing to Africa, for example.
So let me do us all a favor. Look up what is genetic modification. What is the meaning of that?
We are still saying the same thing. I said the person that is genetically modifying it is also important.
Yeah,
It's
everybody is
important.
doing it.
The
It's not
person that
America. They're doing it in China. They're doing it all over Europe because
you still don't understand what I'm
you
saying.
need the
You
yield
still
to
don't
go
no,
up, and
you
you
still
need
don't
those food to be
understand what I'm saying.
preserved.
You still
I
don't understand.
understand you very well, sir.
So
I
what I'm
understand
saying is
you.
that you bringing the one you modified to me and me
You don't have to
acquiring
buy
the
it. Don't
technology.
don't buy it. Don't buy the one that you want. Nobody's putting a gun to your head that you have to buy the one that is modified. Buy the one that you
You don't
want.
even understand the conversation that Max is having with you. The linkage of
You
this
said
guy.
no, somebody bringing something to you. I said don't buy. Not by force. Buy the one that you want. It's a free market.
But don't you think that we should go into
I
this genetic? If we are going to be eating GMO, we should get into it before we start eating it. So we are in charge of the technology,
Is that not
and
what?
There are
we know what
Is
we
that
put
not what I'm
inside it.
telling him? Man, he's
Mm.
muggling everything up.
no, there are Africans involved in all of this scientific. You think it's only Europeans and Americans
Yeah,
that are doing this
that's in
thing?
their country.
There,
I'm talking about inside our countries,
you
not
see
in
Exactly.
their
you see the problem is your problems are so many. You don't even know which one to pick first. You have
what?
this problem, you have that problem, you have the other problem. So your problems are so
We just
many. It's
ask
not
for
a,
one thing. We say we should do it ourselves. Is that too much to
yeah,
ask?
Exactly.
go. Did anybody stop you from doing it?
Oh, Bill Gates
Okay,
stopped
then
us.
let's leave it at that. Then don't blame
Exactly.
us for not wanting
Okay.
to take their own.
I
That's all we
didn't
are
blame
saying.
you. I All I'm saying is not anybody trying to come and use Africans as guinea
How do
pig.
you
These
know?
are because I've been following this space for more than 15 years. This is not something I read
But
That
about
is
on
as you
that is
said,
CNN.
historically
that
they've used us as being guinea pigs.
exactly.
Just because they've used you doesn't mean that's what they're doing.
Yeah, but
They've been
you
doing this
can't
in
risk.
America.
It
No,
happened
no.
in the
But do you want
north.
to risk your people's future
It
based
happened
on
in the north
their will?
Okay,
where they
okay.
tried
Look, I
something
don't
on them.
look. Everybody is not going to survive. Stupid people deserve to die.
Are you hearing him?
Maybe we should not be
Stupid
stupid
people
then.
deserve to die.
Are you
What are you
hearing
going
him?
on about? We are saying we don't want to be stupid and you're telling us be
I said
stupid.
nobody is forcing you to buy GMO. Buy the one. Actually, grow your own food in your own backyard.
Exactly. Grow our own. Let's
Grow
grow
your
our
own
own
food.
GMO.
Don't even go and buy the one that other people planted.
After all, the land
Yes.
we have, we've not even cultivated it 50%.
And who is
Exactly.
stopping
Even
you?
30%.
Who is stopping you from planting the land that you have?
Can do.
I don't understand.
I don't even know how you understand this conversation. That is the point we are making. That our government should focus more attention in making sure that we're able to
Okay,
cultivate the land that we have.
the
And
same
they don't
gov
want to
this,
do it, and they're talking about GMOs.
you think these people are government? You think these people will be government? These people, you think say them be government? Now this one then they call government. If you wait on these people to do anything, you will die first. These people are not serious people. They can't think past 2027. Who is going to be governor of what state? Who is going to be president? Who is going to be this? That's the highest level of hierarchy. That's all they think about. They're not real leaders. Like I've said before, real leaders think about the future, even the future that they themselves are not going to be in, the future that is going to be left behind, even when they are gone. That's what real leaders think about. These are not leaders. I would never call any of these children of God leaders.
Yeah. What's going on? Oh, I think somebody has taken him to go and have some GMO or something. So the point is that
No. I dropped the mic. I dropped the
oh
mic.
sorry.
I
Oh
dropped the
sorry.
mic. I dropped the mic. I said I would never take any of these children of God leaders. That was the end of
Can
it.
do, can do,
I
can
thought you
do.
was going to have some GMO.
At least the state where you are, when you go to the store, you know the
Yes,
aisle,
sir.
you know that when you pick out a product, you know if it's GMO or not. But In Nigeria, there's not going to be a way for you to distinguish it.
I agree.
Except looking at
I
it that
agree.
maybe this one is more beautiful or stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. Even here in America, do you know how the prices of things have gone up in America? And a tin pack of eggs that I used to buy at Walmart, was that 3 years ago for $4.19, is now $9 something for the same thing. Things have gone up ridiculously. So even people that are your quote unquote hundred and something $1,000 a year money makers, they're managing themselves. Oh. Things have gone up. Everything has gone up. And it's not because Biden is a bad man. Biden doesn't know the economy. There's so many things that affects all of these things. Inflation. We've had inflation in America for at least the last 5 years. So this is not a. I mean, these issues are so numerous. Sometimes it's hard to really figure out where to begin and which one you pick first. Regardless of who becomes the president of America, things are still going to be like this because the economy of the world has changed. The way people work has changed. The way where people work has changed. So we're in for a very, very long, hard time
So,
for the world.
Did you see what happened? Did you see what happened in France today?
Anywhere?
In France. Did you see what happened in
No,
France today? Okay,
no, no.
the
Uh
leftist
huh.
party are leading. They have more, is it delegates or whatever they call it, that even at first people were thinking it was gonna be Le Pen. Le Pen is the rightist party.
It's not the right party
Okay,
again.
no, it's not the rightist. It's the leftist now.
So,
It is
what,
leftist now.
what happened to the prediction?
Yeah, it's up to them.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
but I'm loving it
but
that way. So that means
yeah,
they're
but if
towing
you
the
if
same
you if
way
you
of
pay if
UK.
if you
You
pay
know,
attention if you pay attention to world events, ever since Trump started
Conservatives
running,
already started
hold on,
celebrating.
ever since Trump started running in 2000, and I mean, what year was that? Was it whatever year he started running? That was when this guy came up in UK. Not Johnson. What's that guy's name, sir? He has some funny name.
Sunak.
No, 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 no. Before Johnson, the guy that was,
Before Johnson,
yeah, he
was it
didn't
by
win. He's not the prime minister. He didn't win. I forgot his name.
Corbyn.
No, no, no. Nah,
you're talking about the
anyway,
guy that got
Conservative
suspended.
Party.
You're talking about the guy that got suspended from the Labour.
anyway, I don't know his name. But what I'm trying to say is this: you have been seeing all this development all over the world, especially in Europe and Eastern Europe. All these people that are nationalists, all this nationalist development, especially in the last when Trump's just before he came in, when he was talking about mega America. So you've been seeing all this development. It's been brewing all over the world. So it's nothing new. You have all these nationalists, people that are, they're short-sighted people because all they think about is now. They don't understand the world has changed.
No, but
America is never going to be a white country ever again
can you,
because they are. Yes,
Mazi,
sir.
say
Yeah,
that the leftists that
the leftist party won. It's not the nationalist.
not the
That's
nationalists.
what I'm. Yeah, the
Because
nationalist
you
is
see
that
that
the
it was
nationalist is that of Macron. Macron, they lost.
He didn't know.
No, Macron is not
He
a
didn't know it was
nationalist, though.
the left is the one that emerged this time instead of the right actually.
The right. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm telling you.
but a few days ago
Yeah.
they were saying that the right is going to have a landslide.
Yeah, they were making it sound like that, which was strange.
No, well,
That
I mean,
prompted, you know what happened? Okay, when they said the pen was going to win, that brought fear into
Yeah,
people. And today they said the turnout was massive. You
I
understand?
see.
And that was what made the leftists to win. Because people like the rightists or Le Pen, oh my God, those terrible people, that believes in QAnon. They're like, no, they don't want to deal with those people. And the QAnon, those are the, some of them that you have in Republicans over here too.
You see, Mazi Prince is saying it to make him feel better. I'm sure you're a Democrat. That's why you're saying that. Point.
I'm always a Democrat.
Yeah, but I think that left the right wing in France was being a little bit too harsh. Some of their policies were really really harsh. So and they have a lot of population of Africans and other country nationals in France. So you can see why they will come out heavily to vote against them. But we'll see anyway. We'll see how it
But
goes.
that's always the problem. The left always look for something to motivate them. Ordinarily, they don't come out to vote.
Yes,
Yes, they don't. Yeah, yes, they don't. Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, we're gonna see what happens. Even in the United States, like I've said before, if Biden had any brain, he should have just told everyone that he's going to only run for one term and start to
Yeah.
develop who should take over from him. Because the reality is, Americans are not going to vote for Kamala Harris. That's not going to happen.
They may though. They may. It's not
No,
impossible.
no, they're not. You see, Kamala has so, yeah, she's a very smart lady. She's a very smart prosecutor. But there are some skeletons. I mean, I said this even before the Democratic thing, before when she was running for president. She has some skeletons in her cupboard that I am
Like
surprised till
what kind of
today. I won't say that on public air like that.
Okay,
They were
we're gonna go
well.
past it.
No, there was some stuff when she was a prosecutor. There was somebody she was seeing. That person was arrested at a motel in I forgot which city in Northern California. Sha. So there are some stuff there. And at the end of the day, I don't think Americans are really ready for a woman president. They might tell you with their lip
Arrested
service
at a
that they are.
motel.
A boy, no, it's
I
a
don't
long,
buy
it's
that.
a
You know,
long
I don't buy
story.
that. I have
No, 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 no.
I have good
This
reason
is
of
not,
not buying.
this is not story. This is not story. This was what happened then. Again,
No,
I don't want to go into all
No,
of
no,
that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about America is not ready. I know. You know why I say I
No,
don't buy
Americans
that.
are not ready. They're not
Even
ready.
that,
They
can do
voted
even
more
outside,
for
even
Clinton.
outside of what you said. Even if what you
A
said
what?
now, even if what you said now didn't happen about her,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
people still don't like her for whatever reason.
Yeah, yeah, and look, yeah, more people voted for Clinton, but where it counted, they did not. I
Yeah,
know
but
that has
that
a
tells
lot.
you that
I
it's
know.
possible.
No, anything is possible. I don't talk about possibilities. I talk in probabilities, not possibility. It's
Okay.
possible for me to win $1 billion in the lottery this coming week, but how probable is it? So I don't talk about possibilities. I talk in probabilities. More people voted for Clinton. I know a lot of it has to do with, you see, people are so stupid. Human beings are 80% of people are mumu. They follow. They will even do something that is against their own best interest. Some of the people that didn't vote for Clinton was about this healthcare thing that she proposed when her husband was president. Because of that, some people went and voted for Trump just because they're against that. Some people is because of the server that she had in her basement when she was Secretary of State. Is that what is going to affect your personal life? What is going to be in your own best interest?
For me, what I picture is one. At least they'll be able to make a strong case against Trump if Biden goes away, because Biden doesn't have the capacity now to make a strong case against Trump. Is an ex-convict, and he's walking around as if he's about to walk to the White House. And Kamala Harris, her profile will increase if, let's say, Biden resigns, even as president. Her profile will just suddenly rise, and I think in
And
combination of it,
timing is important in life. If Biden had said this a year before the end of his term, I mean, I've been saying this for even the day he was declared president. I said, if this man has any brain, he will only run for one term. You know, if he had said that giving the Democratic Party a year to try and figure out who is going to be the leader. Not necessarily Kamala. And if they decide it's going to be Kamala, so be it. But to come and do this last minute, now I'm dropping out because I'm under pressure. Where is his brain or the brain? He doesn't he have children? Didn't say, I mean, where are his friends? That you can't do this forever. I don't care whether it's Biden or somebody else, whoever it is, you should have enough brain to understand that you, I mean, being the president of any country or the leader of any organization is not easy. At 80, whatever, to be flying all over the place, you got to fly here, you got to
Was
fly there.
Kamala
I mean, it's
Harris
crazy.
was Kamala Harris not a prosecutor?
Yeah, she was a very good one.
Can you imagine her standing opposite Trump, being somebody of the law, and Trump being a convict? The contrast that will cast. I personally prefer Trump actually, but I think if you are talking about
Yeah, because you don't have to live with us. You don't have to live with us. You they yonder under over that water.
If I'm living in
Yeah,
London,
you did over there, over there. You don't care.
no, to be honest with
No, but you see this. Let's
I'm
look at
living
it from
outside of America,
let's look at it from this standpoint. The
Trump is
vast
better for
majority
Africa. That's why.
the vast majority of the women that did not vote for Hillary was all because of all this foolishness. You know, looking at again, me, I have known about Trump before I left Nigeria, which was 30 something years ago. I knew the guy is a liar, bona fide liar. So it's not because he ran for president or anything. We knew what this guy was doing, 20 years ago in California and some other states, buying up properties, declaring them to be what they are not, being sued by 3,600 contractors for not paying them. 3,600. Not only you didn't country.
Pandu, you are saying that buying property in California. This man 20 years ago, thank God I've been here, over 20 years. We come to California and talk about that he wants to hold some kind of like, expository conference and other kind of a thing that he's coming to teach real estate and other kind of a thing. And it will be so hyped. You'll be made to pay another kind of a thing. I did. And this guy came in Dublin, right here, Dublin, Pleasanton, Dublin here. And I only saw him once. This once I saw him when he came in, say, hey, hello, another. The man disappeared.
He's a fraudster. He's a fraudster. No, if they say somebody is a fraudster, I've said this for more than 15 years, that if Trump was my father, I would disown him. I don't care how much money he has. No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. He's a fraudster. Trump University. You know how much he was made to pay back from all the people he collected money from for Trump University? There's nothing about this man. I don't care if he comes and make America economy and make everybody in America earn $200,000 a year. I don't care. Money is not the money is not the beginning and the end of everything. If you don't have a character, especially as a public leader, if you're doing whatever you're doing in your private life, that's okay, I guess. But as a leader in the public, there has to be some substance to you. And if you don't have that, you can't carry the money with you anyway. So what's the big deal? At least those are my positions anyway when it comes to stuff like that.
All right, gentlemen, let's go backstage and thank you all for coming in. If not now, the Colonel Adeniyi, thank you for coming in. Mazi Prince, thank you for coming in. Kando, thank you for coming in. And Queen TA, I see you there in the chat. I appreciate you. Ken Agomo, I see you there, Ken Agomo. Thank you for coming in. Joseph Egbiremole. Thank you for coming in, Joseph Egbiremole. The flagship, I see you there, Ken. Okay, that should be it. Mazi Prince is on the stage too. AYAI Tope O. One man went to more chill power. What if people make up for life? People stepped in. I didn't even see all this people. One Nigeria, Olumide Okinwumi. Thank you all for coming in. Till next week, I hope you all have a great week ahead.
Forefathers, before you send it to backstage, again, me, I want to thank you for always showing up, allowing us to come and hear our views. All the haters that they think they can do it better, they are just jokers.
some maybe actually do it better, but it's all right. So everybody with their own flavor. We all here to do the good work for our country, isn't it, and for our people. So I really appreciate your support. You do always try to support me as much as you can, and a lot of people do support each other. They support different ways, I guess. Omolulu, thank you for joining us. You were here earlier on. I saw you. So I hope you all have an enriched week and a great week ahead. And I really do appreciate the support the channel has been getting, and the support everybody has been giving to everybody on the panel, including moderator KJ, myself, and who else moderated? Pastor, and Dr. Damages. Maybe will be joining us next week. And remember, like and share to other people, and so that they can be joining us and sharing the idea. Anybody can come on this platform. Anybody can come and join, even the back team, because this is an open platform. It's for all of our people. All our people. When I say our people, including Oyibo and Nigerians. Everybody is welcome. Everybody is welcome here. All right. Till next week, we'll see you guys. Let's see.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop. Be respectful to Showore. Castaya and be sorry to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
When your mazolo bio, akwa zoro bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chio biko rapuzoro, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dosari ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga doni byazigo ulaga doni byazigo abamba wilo chilo biko rapuzoro ona wazia. Mazi wake up, Odoguna Perezinaka. On your money, got the lemon. Mazi ni Mazika. You move on with the melody. Wait your for Odogu Nachala Noka is the one them nigga delemo Olaga doni pesigo Olaga doni pesigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabaze Say Abamba wazarane sorry Ibya muyanu kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni piazugo Nazaboy Mulaga doni piazugo Abamba wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Odogu kenenu bikechofo. Ama kwa mnika bugogia. Waligwe kwelo. Ikechobo bele bege. Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene. Omogo ndi nso. Chukwe mekalumo. Ike chukwu negaje. Esi nwanne mekene mi. Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa. Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị. Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu. Isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a. Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ. Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme. Wisdom onume ekene gị. Mama iyo iyo biko lapụ. Zoro